we're moving on. Moving on. Hello. I know it's a black screen right now, but it shouldn't be a black screen for long. Oh, there it goes. Hello, hello, hi. It is I, Ryuki Yume. Sparkly letters. And I am back with some more Our Life, beginnings and always. This is going to be, I believe it's going to be step two, and also the DLCs as well. So all of step two and the DLCs plus content. So here's my character. She's so cute. I'm not gonna change anything. We're just gonna move on. Oh yeah, we're going for more of the romantic route, by the way. So yeah, we have a crush on Cove. Oh, I can choose. Right, I forgot about this. Um, yeah, no, we're not gonna Cove's customization. I don't remember what I did, if I customized them or not. Oh yeah, before I get sidetracked, the snack of the day is cinnamon roll. Nice! What's up? Oh my gosh, it's been such a long time. How are you? That's crazy. What's up, nice potatoes? Hey! It has. It very much has. But I am back. The gang is back. And we're ready to like get back into like the swing of things. Word up, man. Yes, yes. Okay, right. I guess I was saying snack of the day, cinnamon roll. If you have a trusty dusty cinnamon roll that you want to snack on while we're chilling today, that's great. If not, then just a regular snack will work. Anything that you can get your hands on, we're gonna snack and cozy it up and chill. While I read some more of this lovely game here. Choice of drink doesn't matter too. I've got lovely water because you can't go wrong with water. Because water is good for you. um, got my dog here for more maximum cozy comfortness. Oh yeah, you're probably confused. You're probably like, who the heck is this Ryuki Yume person? By the way, the catch you up to speed. The snack of the day is me. Oh, that's perfect. That's perfect. Now I'm just thinking of the grandma that always uses the sound this that one song. Um I have no idea what's the name of the song, but it goes like drop the roof and let the smoke. You know, or please tell me you know what I'm talking about. I feel so silly. But the grandma, yes. Yes. The snack of the day is me. Right, as I was saying, sidetrack. The ADD is popping off today. Um, right. Who's this Ryuki Yun person? It is me. It is I, Jack. I have rebranded. I have a new VTuber stuff and everything. Got some really cool fancy stuff. Got new high quality microphone. I don't know if it's quiet. We have a new sponsor. Yes, yes. The sponsor is me because I'm no longer a broke bitch. um okay, what else? Also, last stream I got visited by a really unexpected visitor. Literally freaked out. It was a voice actor for Our Life, the game that I'm playing right now. And he's a voice actor for a character called Braxter. And like we were chatting it up and he followed me on Twitch, obviously. And then he also followed me on Twitter. So I'm still freaking out about that because it was such a peak moment of my existence. Yes. Yes. It was so cool. I had so much fun. I'm sad nobody else was there to see it, but it's kind of my fault for not saying anything and just streaming out of nowhere. But it's me. Honestly, when have I ever had a set schedule for streaming? Like I have one, but I never stick to it. It's just like, "Oh, she's live. Let's come say hi." Okay, right. Cove customization last October. Yeah, oh, the Halloween stream. I still go back and watch like the YouTube content of the hollow stream. It's hectic. Lots of backstabbing in Among Us. And apparently I was the one who got backstabbed a whole lot. I just like that's crazy cuz like some my friend that I invited, I was like, "All right, we're going to be on the same team. I will go and watch it." You don't have to, but it was just like it reminded me, and I was just like watching it yesterday and like looking at all the crazy ish that went down. That was fun. I really do have to plan something um like that again. Get it to the 1 million view. More like the 10th view. My YouTube is lacking. It's lacking hard. But you know what? It is what it is. I like how my inconsistent is my consistent. I need that on a shirt. I need that on a shirt. My inconsistent is my fuck is my you know what I mean. You get what I mean. Bars. You know what I mean. You get what I'm saying. Anyway, let me start this before I'm just stuck here talking for the rest of my time. Cove's customization. I don't. Did I? Oh, that looks good. I don't. I don't. I don't think I customized step two actually. We're gonna go with the brown pants. Brown pants. Brown pants. Salamander shirt. Brown pants. Salamander shirt. Looks good. Necklace. No necklace. We're gonna go necklace. Oh, matching. Well, matching. Okay. Left wrist. I don't really like that pink, like that one pink bracelet on him. So we're gonna go without it. See the hair. Oh goodness gracious, we like that one better. Oh, glasses, no glasses. I don't know. He looks good both with and without the glasses. No, I think he's gonna keep the glasses on because I think Cove without glasses makes me panic too much. Cove creator. Um, hair. Okay, PJs. Oh, we can choose the PJs too? What? Personally would smash with or without. out. Felt that. Felt that on an emotional level. Compass shirt, regular blue shirt. Um, I guess we can stick with compass because it just gives it like a little pop of color. Oh, okay. What is this? Jacket. Okay, no, the black one just looks way better on him. The black just looks better on him. Just like, oh, yep. I think we're done. Yeah, we're done here. Our cove. Okay, so let's see. Warm, affable, candid, cold, quiet. Um, I don't remember what I chose for him. I think I just left it in the middle for him, moderate, and then I left it at sporty because he likes the beach so much. Um, hmm. It's more like, do we want him to be more friendly towards us or more friendly like towards other people too? Like us in specific or just I don't know. It doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. We're gonna leave him as he is. Okay, now time for the good stuff. All right. Um, August ended, September began. It was time to go back to school. Lizzie groaned and complained the entire first week. She hated going to classes. Still, there were interesting things to do that couldn't be done anywhere else. You weren't sure how Cove felt about it. He was he was enrolled that year. That was like a sign Cove would be staying in Sunset Bird for a while. At school, he was all right, but he kept his distance from the other kids, from what you saw anyway. Whenever he could, Cove oh, Cove stuck to you like glue. He didn't even mind that much what you did to pass the time as long as it was together. Oh, that's cute. And that was just fine. You felt for him the same way you always had. Nothing changed. Except as you got older, you were able to understand better exactly what those feelings had and still meant. Where my Cove, man? That year, the divorce of Cove's parents was finalized. You overheard your parents talking about it, saying Cove's dad got full custody. At first, you worried what that. At first, you worried that what? Excuse me, brain. At first, you worried that meant bad news, but it had made Mr. Holden cry. Apparently, it had made Mr. Holden cry. Apparently, then you found out it meant Cove would keep living with his dad. He would only stay with his mom a few weeks of the year. Cove cried too, for different reasons. You thought it seemed like Cove and his dad might move again, but Mr. Holden decided to stay after all. Mom asked him about it once. He had said he didn't want to uproot Cove's life a second time. Oh, Cherry. Colden tried. Golden completely threw me off my train of thought. I was still thinking about L parent Cherry. I said Golden. Mr. Holden tried to get Cove to like Sunset Bird more. He kept encouraging his son to go out and see the place. Sometimes Mr. Holden volunteered you to spend time with Cove. He seemed very confident that It was an effective strategy. Cove never talked to anyone about what happened with his parents and withdrew whenever it was brought up. It was hard for him, yet nobody knew how to help. I know how to help. Gotta give him a hug. Eventually, Cove stopped crying on his own. You couldn't understand what had changed, but you hoped that you could help him feel better still, since even without the tears, he looked sad. Maybe one day he could say out loud what he felt inside. After that, it felt like things had gone back to normal, except what was normal didn't stay the same. Years passed, and suddenly you were in middle school. You weren't a kid anymore. You were 13 years old. That officially made you a teen, even if your sister didn't agree. The toys and crayons that used to litter every free space in your room had been packed away somewhere and replaced by new hobbies. There were other changes, too. Cove's cast got taken off. It was weird to see him without it initially. Underneath the pink plaster ended up being a long, thin scar that snaked across his forearm. Cove's, Cove's chest puffed out in pride when someone drew attention to it. He also went through a major growth spurt. He was the tallest student in his class for 2 years in a row. Cove, Cove will ill. Cove, Cove ill. Cove will probably hold that spot again next time. In class, people knew him for mo- in class, people knew him for more than just being tall. He also stood out because of how well he did on tests and other academic situations. Over the years, he began opening up more too. You saw him talking amicably with other kids or neighbors from time to time. I was the tallest kid in my grade for 4 years. Flexes. Yeah, I was the tallest kid in my class for I want to say like for a good amount of time too. Hashtag homeschool. Oh no. Sometimes I think when I was younger, I think I wanted to be homeschooled. But nah, no, I went to public school. Gross. And the only kid that came to visit the neighborhood when you were little, show, well, he was gone. He and his mom moved back to the south because of her work, just 1 year after Cove came to Sunset Bird. It had been really upsetting when he left. Lizzie was inconsolable for weeks, but nobody talked about show anymore. It was a long time ago. You learned some heartbreaking things. You learned some heartbreaking things became less sad the further away they were. Even if they had never gotten any better. That was sad in its own way. Okay, good. Things at home were different too. You still lived in the same house and all that, but it wasn't how it was before. Ma dyed her hair purple, wanting something new, and liked it so much she kept dyeing it. You remember calling her mommy as a kid, but something like that seemed awkward nowadays. You were much too old for the word. What the heck? Lizzie felt too mature for her nickname too. She insisted on everyone calling her Elizabeth. So you did. Your mom's your mom's soon gave her permission to go to places other than the playground and shopping street, which she took advantage of. You rarely saw her around the old neighborhood. In fact, she hardly spent time with you the way she did before. Elizabeth instead associated with more and more more and more girls from school who were her own age. Mommy, sorry. Mommy, sorry. Maybe the difference in between 13 and 15 was greater than the difference between 8 and 10. You started befriending new people yourself, like Derek. I have no idea how to say his last name, but just Derek. He didn't live in the neighborhood or go to the same school. What happened was his and Cove's dad struck up a business partnership a few months ago. Since then, Derek would pop in the area every now and then. It seemed that Mr. I'm we're gonna it's Steve. It'd be great if my if chat had text to speech, and you guys could just tell me how it sounds, how it's said. Um, Other than that, I have no idea. So, you guys are just gonna have to suffer as I pronounce things wrong. Suarez. We're gonna call it Suarez. Suarez. I'm not good with names. I'm not good with names either. It seemed Mr. Suarez was happy to let Derek tag along to his work, if Derek had the time for it. Without a doubt, everyone and everything around you had changed, in small and big ways. You had too. As time went by, though, it was easy to settle into this new normal. Then, before you knew it, school was over, and summer vacation had come again. There we go. We're past like the little intro part now. It was the first day of summer vacation. The sun was hot as ever, but you were inside and away from its harsh rays. To be more specific, you were snuggled up in bed and celebrating your time off by sleeping. Wide awake and about to hmm about to head out. If it's me, I'd honestly still be snuggled up in bed, enjoying my time sleeping. Yeah, so we're still sleeping. We're getting them good Z's. Also, I completely forgot which one of my waters I opened. So uh this one? This one. Okay, I opened this one. I was honestly just about to take a drink from both of them. So slumped. It was hot. Uh, it was hot, but you still had the blanket up over your head to block out the sun. You didn't want it intruding on your lazy morning. Unfortunately, you hadn't prepared for an intrusion. From beneath the blanket, you heard the door creak open. You're still sleeping? Wow. Get up. Go away. You pretended to still be asleep. You got up. You started to fake snore loudly. Morning. Um, you pretended to still be asleep. You stayed wrapped up in your blankets, not moving an inch with an inch with your eyes closed peacefully. By the impatient tapping of her foot, you could tell she hadn't left. Come on, I know you heard me. Get up now. I will come over there. So much for a lazy morning. Your baby boyfriend. Mom told me to tell you that your baby boyfriend is here and wants to see you again, like he does every day. He brought some happy summer gift from Mr. Holden. Mom wants you to take it from him and say thanks or whatever. You did not like the way she called him your baby boyfriend, but you knew by now that saying so wouldn't stop her. So calm down already. I'll be there when I'm there. Really? That's great. I'm coming. Okay, fine. Be right there. You know what? I feel like we're gonna be really enthusiastic about it. Really, that's great. That's great. Elizabeth said nothing else and left, having done what she was what was instructed of her. You roll out of bed, stretching your arms high and yawning. Time to get ready. I'm just eating cinnamon roll. Cinnamon rolls are delicious. That's what cove is. Cove is a cinnamon roll. Not one you're supposed to eat, but a cinnamon roll nonetheless. Your reflection hardly even fit in the frame. You were very tall. Your reflection went over the whole length of the mirror. You're pretty tall. Your reflection fit comfortably in the frame. You were average height. There was a lot of open real estate in the frame. You were pretty short. You had trouble getting your reflection to appear in the mounted mirror frame. You are very short. Um, I was pretty tall. We're pretty tall. Cove tended to be the only person around who was even taller, at least among teens your age. You liked your height. You weren't sure how to feel about it. You were kind of conscious about over it. Um, Me honestly, I think I just like not know how to feel about it. Mm, nah, our girl is not gonna have any insecurities. We like our height. It suited you well. It suited you well in your mind. Then, putting on the finished touches on your outfit while ruminating, ruminating on the situation. Careless as they had been, Elizabeth's words piqued your curiosity. You planned on going over to see what Cove was up to today, so this worked in your favor. It was when you spotted your reflection that you realized you were smiling wide, looking forward to seeing him. You left your room, going downstairs 2 steps at a time. She was flying down those stairs. I like my height. You spotted mom's mom first, reclining on the couch. She held she held a magazine in her hands, which she was blah, blah, blah. Can we just say browsing? What is perusing? Perusing? Perusing. Per- This is gonna be me. Just. Oh my goodness. Me just reading and saying things wrong for an hour straight. She's just browsing the magazine. She's looking for new Fenty products. Morning, Mom. She looked up at your greeting, a smile instantly appearing on her face. Good morning, Irene. Thank you for coming down. Ma's at the door with Cove. He can't stay over today, unfortunately. Why don't you go and thank him before he leaves? You nodded and made your way to the front of the house. Just as she said, Ma was there making conversation. She must have heard you because she looked over her shoulder. Look who finally made it. Morning, sleepyhead. Mom reached forward and you knew she was about to pat you on the head. She was taller than average for an adult woman, so you were still little in her eyes despite being big for your for your own age. You let her do it. You happily let her do it. You tilted your body aside. You pushed her hand back and laughed. You pushed her hand back and groaned. Um, I'm, I'm, I'm like, yeah, this is me. I'd honestly let her happily do it. She can do what she wants. She's your mother. Happily let her do it. The type of small, affectionate exchange was nice. She placed the whole of her palm on top of your head for a second before lifting it back up. Ah, you're the last one down today, you know that? Life isn't a race. Morning. I was going to stay in longer. So you're welcome. Sorry about the wait. Uh-huh. What did we get? um heck. Okay. We're just gonna say morning. Morning. That's all. You really are a sleepyhead right now. With a small laugh, Ma stepped aside. Cub was just as you remembered. Exactly how you came to know him to be. He's so cute. He's so cute. How can you not love him? He's baby. He's so baby girl. He's so baby girl. He leaned uncomfortably to the side in your to the side in your doorway as the longer strands of his hair idly drifted in the breeze. Bleh. His feet his features were pinched in embarrassment, and he shifted from one foot to another. He was holding what must be the much talked about gift. At first glance, you figured it must be some bouquet of flowers, but then you gave it a real look. No, instead it was it was it was a cut carefully cut fruit. A bouquet of carefully cut fruit. Bouquet. It made a lot of sense that it was actually from Cove's dad. You had to suppress a laugh at at this showing. You couldn't imagine many folks buying that sort of thing for their own personal enjoyment. That kind of arrangement was built for the presentation, likely to impress whoever was inevitably going to receive it. It seemed like no matter how long he lived here, Mr. Holden would keep going out of his way to be neighborly, and Cope would always be roped into participating. Cove sighed in relief at the sight of you. He must have been braving some embarrassment to get that far, and that clearly had been what he was waiting for. Hey Irene. Hey Irene. Irene. He broke eye contact then, staring down at the ground instead. Your heartbeat sped up, being near him. You smiled back fondly. He always had this kind of effect on you. You couldn't help but think. Ever since the tube, you couldn't help think. You couldn't help think. Ever since the two of you were kids. There was something about him that was just special in some strange and indescribable way. Hey, it's nice to see you. Yeah, I mean, it's nice seeing you too. Not that it's nice for you to see me. Both of you had a bit of laugh, though your gazes still didn't meet again. Your gazes still didn't meet again. Oh, look at this! Look at the precious beans. They're so precious. It was already shaping up to be another long summer. For the best part was that the two of you, excuse me, the two of you had plenty time to enjoy each other's company and relish what you had together. His awkwardness over the task started to creep back in, and so Cove nudged the gift closer to you. He was ready to be relieved of it. Your hands brushed over his just slightly when you took hold of the base. He flinched enough for you to know with certainty that he had noticed it happen. You couldn't help but smirk to yourself. And with that, the gift was accepted. I hope you and your family likes this. It's a pretty good gift. I think so anyway. He smiled earnestly. Dad spent a lot of time picking out the best size and design. There were so many options to choose from. Thank you, you're too cute sometimes. I don't know what to say. I don't embarrass him, but that's honestly what I'm kind of want to say. Thank you. Thanks, you're too cute sometimes. Okay, we're gonna click it, but then we're gonna backtrack like we didn't click it. Cause I'm kind of curious, and I do not remember what happens when you pick this. I'm not trying to be cute, cute. Okay, what's the other options? Just thank my dad for all this, okay? Sure thing. Oh, you got embarrassed. Okay, we're gonna go with thank you though. Thank you to your dad for buying it, and to you for bringing it over. It looks yummy. I'll tell him you said that. Mr. Holden's behavior was really different from any neighbor you ever had. Though, after 5 years, you were used to his antics, and you'd since made up your mind on what your opinion was. Oh yeah, he was great. He was great and handsome the boot. No, that's your crush's dad. You can't be thinking that your crush's dad is okay. Is it weird? I don't know if that's weird to think like that. Probably it is, especially at the time frame your age is. He was great. Um, yeah, he's great. Though there were some things people didn't like about Mr. Holden. You didn't mind them. You liked him quite a bit. Your thoughts were quickly interrupted by a shout. There you are. You shared a confused look with Cove as you both stepped through the open door into the neighborhood street. It didn't take long to locate the source of the noise. You spotted Derek just a few yards down the road. He ran up to you. You were displeased at the sight of him. You were confused at the sight of him. No, you were happy. Derek was certainly a welcome guest in your neighborhood. It was a pleasant surprise whenever he showed up. After stopping a couple steps away, Derek hunched over to catch his breath. Then he looked up with a wide grin. Hey, guy and gal. I was just at your house. I was just at your house, Cove, but no one was there. I should have figured you'd be at Irene's place. Do you ever spend time in your own home, or you're always just there? Derek laughed his own joke. He either didn't notice that it embarrassed Cove, or the embarrassment that was what he actually was actually laughing at. Derek turned to you. He was gonna say more, but his eyes widened and he gasped. What's that? You followed his gaze unsure, then you realized what he meant. You were still holding Mr. Holden's gift. This? It's kind of like a bouquet of flowers, but made out of fruit. Nice. Can I have some? Sure, we can share. I haven't tried any yet. It's a gift from my family. I can't give it to you. Maybe you can share. Maybe you can have some later. I think that was nice. I thought, yeah, sure, we can share. Derek grew more excited by your words, bouncing on the balls of his feet. Awesome. He nodded his head as if to clear it. Anyway, that's right. I came here because I need to say something big. He paused, possibly for effect. There's some other kid there's some other kid here in Sunset Bird. Cove was surprised. Cove was as surprised as you. Cove was a blah 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 blah. Blah. Cove was as surprised as you were by the news. Brain. Why was that so difficult for me to say? out of everything out of everything else, why was that what got me? Such a reaction made sense. No one around your age had moved here since Cove did 5 years ago. Were they with their family? Maybe they're just cutting through. Nuh-uh. The new kid was all by himself, just walking. Did you talk to him? Nope. I came to report the sighting right away. The kid had green hair and glasses. Was pretty small and seemed pretty upset about something. I hope he didn't leave. You blinked. You blinked. Slowly, you looked over to your longtime neighbor. That sounds like a lot like you, Cove, when you first got here, anyway. It kind of does, doesn't it? That's weird. He sounded almost fond. A small smile playing on his lips. Derek snickered good naturedly. I can see that really well. I can see that really well now that you say so. But what do you say? What do you say? Let's go find Cove's look-alike. We should all meet him. I'll do it. Sure. I want to see who this mystery person is. Derek grinned and then pointed down the street the way he came. Last I saw him, the mystery visitor was going in this direction. Nothing else needed to be said. The three of you were off, with Derek leading the way. Derek brought you to the beach. As a trio, you made your way down the shore to the old playground. You walked that familiar path in comfortable silence. When you were almost there, you spotted the kid in question. His bright colors almost shone like beacon. A beacon beneath the rays of sun. Man's got that highlighter hair. He scuffled. He scuffled around, kicking up the sand as he paced. It was true. He certainly seemed upset, but you didn't think he was sad like you had originally pictured. No, with his erratic movements and scrunched up expression, he came off angry. You were curious about him. What was he so mad about? Derek must have felt the same as you. He waved wildly, calling out to the boy. Hey, guy, over here. The kid whipped around. The kid whipped around, an impressive scowl carving deeper onto his face. His eyes were tired, but a strong, hostile energy still radiated from him. What? What is it? What do you want? What do you want? He's so. I can't take him seriously, especially with the bowl cut. uh, okay. The sharp tone made Derek flinch. He shifted on his feet. Uh, what's your name? Jeremy. Was that it? No, I'm Derek. That's Irene and Cove. We're just walking around and saw you. We wanted to say hi. There are a lot of kids our age in the neighborhood. Yeah, so, it's cool to see someone else here. Strangely, Jeremy grew furious by your response. If steam could erupt from a person's ears, it would have happened then. They did bring me somewhere stupid. Of course. I knew it. What? My parents. They're the ones who brought me. I didn't. I didn't. I, I didn't want to walk to this town. Can you not figure that out on your own? Right. My dad brings me to Sunset Bird too. He has he has to come for work and all that stuff. It's not bad. That earned him a glare from Jeremy. Derek winced beneath it, glancing away. It was a struggle to remain friendly with this Jeremy guy. I mean, I wouldn't want to come here for a real vacation. I wouldn't I wouldn't want to come here for a real vacation. Uh Probably either. That's an understatement. This doesn't count as a vacation. It's a waste of time, a chore. My parents' family, my parents' family is nearby, and we just have to come see them. Ugh. Uh, if they're your parents' family, doesn't that make them your family too? I guess. That's a pretty good reason to come by. Did you want to go somewhere else? No. Jeremy crossed his arms with a huff and turned away. They should have gone by themselves. since they cared so much and left me at home. But I'm not allowed to be there by myself. Pfft, it makes no sense. They're the ones who don't. It makes no sense. They're the ones who don't know how to do anything, and I'm the kid. You shouldn't talk about your peeps like that, man. Sorry, it must suck being forced to do something you don't want. You just said hello. We just said hello. You don't have to keep complaining at us. Calm down. You don't have to yell so much. Who peed in your cereal this morning? Who peed in your cereal? Ugh. Shoot. Okay. I don't know. uh, should we just be friendly or be like, who peed, God, who peed in your fucking cereal? Who pissed in your Cheerios? I'm kidding. um, shouldn't talk about your. Well, I love my parents, and well, it's not any of my business the way he badmouths his parents, but I'd probably be like, hey, dude, you probably shouldn't talk about your peeps like that. But you don't know the situation, so I'm not gonna say that. I'm just gonna say sorry. It must suck being forced to do something you don't want. As if that does anything. You turn the cove, lowering your voice. The two of you aren't that similar. The two of you aren't that similar after all. Jeremy must have good hearing though, because he cut the private exchange and scoffed. Of course we're not similar. My eyebrows aren't stupid. Oh, damn. Co's cheek flushed crimson at the insult. Listen, you don't disrespect my man like that and get away with it, bowl cut. Me and you, we're about to have some words. We're about to throw down. You weren't sure if it was out of embarrassment or anger. Maybe both. Come on. What? No, Cole's wavy eyebrows are cool. How can you say that when you got a bowl cut? Don't listen to him. They're really unique and special. Well, they are kind of silly. Apologize to Cove right now. You can't treat people like that. Yeah, apologize right now, mister. Better apologize. Cove smiled weakly. Okay. Okay, I'm sorry your eyebrows are so terrible. You rolled your eyes. You crossed your arms over your chest. You lunged towards Jeremy. You patted Cove on the shoulder. Alright, we're about to throw hands, bowl cut. You didn't apologize. Okay. Nah, I'm kidding. That might be a little rash. Nah. I don't know. Should we beat the kid up over talking about our mans like that? Or should we just let it go? You don't talk about his eyebrows. Over here looking like an onion. I don't know. um, shoot. You just rolled your eyes. You lunged at Jeremy. Yeah, you don't talk about our mans like this. Also, it's hot in here. Let me turn on the fan or something, cause I just noticed how hot it is getting here. It is. I'm physically burning up. So, your girl's gonna turn on the fan. There we go. Now I'm not boiling anymore. Okay. Right. Where were we? Okay, right. We were about to kick his ass. Okay. About to kick this kid's ass. You're not just gonna talk about my cove like that. You lunged towards Jeremy with your fist balled. You made a quick step forward. They're shook. He was the one who started things where you were about to end them. He made it clear that words didn't work, leaving you to resort to action. You weren't sure what would happen. Well, you weren't sure what would happen, but you couldn't let this stand. Cove and Derek jumped in front of you to stop you before you reached him. Uh, they each grabbed you by the arm. Still, Jeremy instinctively stumbled backwards, and he practically fell over. If that's all you, if that's all you can do about what I'm saying, it's just proving I'm right. You're brainless. You were annoyed. You were annoyed. What? You were annoyed the other two were against you on this and got in the way, though the reaction you had been able to get was still worth it. Wow, what's wrong with you? Instead of taking offense, Jeremy and then Cove and Derek turned to it and it became a 3 versus 1. I wish we'd all take turns kicking his ass. Can that be a DLC? I would buy that so fast. Just call it the Jeremy ass kicking DLC. Please be a DLC. Oh my gosh. Anyway. Hi, welcome. Instead of taking offense, Jeremy only parroted Derek's words in a nasty voice. Wow, what is wrong with you? Wow. This is dumb. Jeremy stuck out his tongue and skulked away, throwing more sand everywhere he went. You watch him go, hunched over, until he became a speck in your vision. Silence reigned in his wake. The three of you tried to process what just happened. I can't believe it. What a mean kid. Derek wasn't kidding, and by the sound of those earlier complaints, the new boy Jeremy was going to be in the area for at least a little while this summer. Derek sighed in dismay, plopping onto the ground. You followed, and Cove did too shortly after. There wasn't much else to do. This sucks. I was hoping we could meet someone fun. Hang out, maybe. He shook his head. After a moment, he slowly turned to you with a hopeful expression. But, you know what would really improve the day? What? He hadn't responded. Instead, he used a hand to point right at the fruit arrangement that you were still holding. See, it couldn't be me. As soon as he insulted our mans, all you would have seen was that fruit bouquet flying through the freaking air. She was still holding it. She was gonna kick his ass with the fruit basket, with the fruit bouquet still in her hands. No, that's what I call multitasking. Would have been full on Smash Bros. No, for real. Because all you would have seen was the game, the end game little title card game fly across, and then me standing on his onion head. He didn't respond. It's oh yeah, I already read this. You had completely forgotten about it during the mini drama that unfolded. You had gotten used to the wait. Glancing over the cove, you noticed that he was eyeing the fruit. He must want some too. Need to save it. Why not? Let's eat. I mean, heck, why not? Let's eat it. Derek perked up immediately at your words. He reached out for a skewer, hesitating slightly once he was inches away. Are you sure? You nodded, with an eager grin. He plucked out a prime row of fruits. Whew. The cove grabbed one for himself after him. Only you were without a skewer of your own. You took a pineapple skewer. Ooh, melon. Ooh, either but. Ooh, I don't know. I'm not really a huge fan of strawberry stuff. So it's either in between pineapple or a melon for me. Mmm. Nah, I don't think I want to eat something that's gonna bite after I just had an altercation with bowl cut. So we're gonna take a melon. The melon was cut to look like a star. Oh, perfect. One of my favorite shapes anyway. It was the obvious first choice. Derek ate a pineapple skewer enthusiastically, finishing it within moments. Mmm, this is amazing. It tastes pretty nice. And this fruit kebab thing is fun. Hey, you two remember the Land Before Time? That fruit thing makes me think of it. The dinosaurs all like the leaves that were shaped like stars. Land Before Time. Who hasn't seen The Land Before Time, honestly? Land Before Time is such an iconic movie. I feel like I don't know. I feel like if you haven't seen it, you at least know about it. Tree stars. Yeah, chomping leaves look so delicious when they did it. And there was the scene. Oh yeah, that's always been a thing as a kid too. We like see something in like TV shows or movies that just looks absolutely delicious. That was me with the bowl of ramen from Ponyo. That is still looks delicious. It just specifically the way that they animated it. It looks really really good. And there was that one scene with the pretty trees and all the dinosaurs came in and picked everything off them till there was nothing. That's us right now. Awesome. I love that movie. Movies for kids. Eating leaves looks good. Should I worry about you? Do you think everything tastes better when they're shaped like stars? Honestly, that could be very correct. Though it'd be hilarious to see a steak shaped like a star or something. Star pancakes would be really cool. I know that's something like simple that somebody probably could make. Like a star steak? That takes some time and dedication. Do you think things taste better when they're shaped like stars? He snickered. Not everything, but it probably helps. The three of you continued like this for the next few minutes. Eventually, the display was barren. It looks weird when devoid of fruit. Hey, we weren't supposed to eat all of it. It did help make you feel better. Eating it all hadn't really made you feel better. It did help make you feel better. True, we weren't supposed to eat all of it, but it did make us feel better. Derek was right. It was so good you were already brightening up from the earlier drama. Hey, Irene? Yeah? The two of the two of you met eyes casually. See my brain automatically trying to rewrite the sentence. The two of you met eyes casually. Were you seriously gonna hit that guy? Well, he had it coming. Irene, that's so bad. I thought it was cool. What? You're both crazy people. You knew you knew when Derek said things like that, it wasn't serious. He liked you and Cove. Yeah. Derek then leaned back on his arms. He contemplated the sky with a content sigh. Oh, that rhymed. Sky and sigh. Sigh, sky, sigh, sky. So, are you both ready for summer break? Yes. Yes. How is someone supposed to be ready for a break? Yeah, yeah. No? Are you? Yeah. Cool on you. I wish I could say the say the stay. Tell him I was about to put him on the ground and then into the ocean forever. Make him swim with the fishes. Literally. Cool on you. Wish I could say say the same. It's cause that T right there. It feels like there's a lot to plan for. Banned from land. And what about you, Cove? What about you, Cove? Are you ready? Yes. Before you could say anything else, the light atmosphere was shattered. Oh. Hey, Irene. You glance over your shoulder to see your sister. She strolled closer and closer, appearing none too pleased. I've been looking all over for you. Mom said you and Cove ran off with the thing Mr. Holden bought for us. You leaned over with your arms folded. So, where is it? You're late. It's all gone. What do you mean, gone? You moved to the side to face her completely. She zeroed in on the bouquet in your hand, which was now populated exclusively with skewers, dripping in juice and tiny flakes of leftover fruit pieces. Her mouth dropped open and the tone of her voice rose. Seriously, Irene? What were you thinking? It was supposed to be for all of us at home. She glanced at Cove, who sat beside you, and turned and continued mockingly. Even if, even if you are the most important person in the household to the delivery boy, this was up to his dad. It seemed everybody was in a mood to tease you and Cove today. Cove's cheeks became a couple of shades redder, but he didn't deny the accusation. He couldn't. Everyone knew the two of you gave each other a special priority. Get over it. Sorry, Elizabeth. Well, the morning has been kind of a disaster. Oh my goodness. Well, the morning has been kind of a disaster. We were hungry. It wasn't us. The seagull came down and ate it all while we weren't looking. We're just gonna apologize. Elizabeth narrowed her eyes. Not at all. Uh, pa pal placated. Not at all placated. Cated. Placated. Placated? Placated. Uh, oh no. I think I hear the mean kid coming back. We better get out of here. Elizabeth blinked, confused, and looked around. What kid? I don't see anyone. Derek didn't bother explaining. He just launched to his feet and ran off. Cove hopped up too, gladly taking the opportunity to exit the situation. He followed after Derek, where he sent a look to you over from his shoulder. You turned to watch Elizabeth. She stared back, brow raised. You ran. You stayed. You didn't make a break for it. Instead, you carefully got out from the sand, bouquet still in hand. Once you straightened up, Elizabeth smiled affectionately over you. Come on, fugitive. You nodded, and then gave the gaze at the empty bouquet. How would you explain what happened? You know, you could tell them those boys ate it all. They bailed, so they don't get to tell the story. Mom's mom would never need to find out. You'd let me get away with that? She bumped her shoulder, winking cheekily. What else is family for? You laughed. You laughed together, making your way home side by side. When you and Elizabeth had returned earlier, the empty bouquet, Mom was bummed she didn't get any. Ma consoled her with the promise to make her a fruit flower of her own later. Elizabeth said nothing about how it came to be empty, and the events dropped without further question. You think they were just happy you and your sister seemed to be in good moods. That was a while ago now. Oh, I thought the fireflies were out. It's just specks of dust. That's really cool. Later that night, you found yourself seated near the kitchen counter. Your fingers drummed on the surface as you waited. Your gaze trained on the phone. You're waiting on a call. You're waiting on a call tonight, specifically from your cousin Lee Lee Lean Lean Leandra. All I saw was Lean. Leandra. I think we just call her Lee, right? You didn't want to miss it accidentally. Your aunt, uncle, and Lee many hours away. Used to live many hours away. Your families only saw each other a few times a year for big occasions. A while back, they'd moved and they were closer to you than before. Now you hung out regularly. When school, with school being out, you're positive she was gonna come over a lot. The two of you were the same age and got along well. She used to be really fond of Elizabeth too. Now that your sister had become allergic to interacting with her own family, it tended to to be just you and Lee who spent time together. She was your only friend who was a girl. um, Being family helped make you close, but you had a lot of girlfriends. Um, don't know. I think I remember having a good chunk of friends when I was Irene's age. Um, I don't know. I don't know. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. She was your only friend who was a girl. You weren't all that close with any other girls your age. But you had plenty of other friends. But you didn't really have a lot of other friends either. Oh, you had plenty of other friends. These all just happen to be not girls. Which is funny because Cove is not a girl. And then Derek is not a girl. But I believe we also make more friends too. Um, the sh- then the shrill ringtone announced an incoming call. You jumped. You jumped before grabbing the receiver and pressing it to your ear. Jacqueline residence, Irene speaking. Hello, who is it? Lee, finally. Hi, sorry about the wait. Sorry about the wait, Irene. It took forever to get the phone away from my mom. That's okay. There was static on the end as if Lee was shifting wherever she was. So, can you believe school's actually over? I thought it'd never be done. Now we don't have to do any of that boring stuff and we get to hang out whenever we want. Speaking of hanging out, Lee, can you wait a second? Just let me head to my room. Oh, yeah. You got up from your seat on the counter. Luckily the phone was wireless and you didn't have to worry about any cords tying you down. Your mom had a rule about not moving the phone unless a call was in progress, which is why you had been sat by its cradle, waiting for Lee to call. You thought that made sense. It was nice to keep everything in its proper place. Now that Lee had called, it was okay for you to go upstairs to your bedroom and talk to her. You jogged up the stairs, taking two, taking two at a time, smiling. Our girl will really be zooming up and down these stairs. After, let's see. After you had arrived, you shut the bedroom door firmly behind you and took a seat on your bed. All right, I'm here. Cool. Hey, did you know the girl down the street from me has her own phone now? A cell phone. She doesn't need to wait for someone else to stop using it or anything. Wow, really? The thought of someone having a phone of their own seemed unbelievable to you. Right? I wish I had one too, but my parents said I couldn't get my own phone till I'm more grown up. I wish they changed their mind. We could call each other every single day, and no one would be able to stop us. How great would that be? Really great. But wouldn't I still be using a home phone? It's too bad it's so far away. Too bad it's so far away. Wouldn't I still be using a home phone? My mom would be able to stop us if they wanted. Lee laughed. You didn't put a damper on her imagination. Oh, well then you have your own phone too. That works. Lee sighed dramatically. I bet I'm not gonna get one till I'm all the way in college. Squeezing the phone between your shoulder and ear, you puffed the pillows to make yourself more comfortable. It was strange to think of a time when normal school would be over and you would have to choose whether or not to go to a college. School was such a big part of your life right now. Studying didn't come easy to you. You worked hard, as most people, and got pretty average results as well. Everything in your classes came easy to you. I like that. You sucked up information as naturally as a sponge, absorbed water. You had yet to worry about school being hard for you. You hope to do just as well. this year, but it wouldn't be a big deal if they dropped some. You had a positive record, but it wouldn't be worth to stress over every mark. Yeah, you turned to sound engaged, but your mind decided to go back to school despite the season. Lee knew you too well to be fooled. You sound so spacey. What's up? Just thinking about school. Lee groaned. Are you thinking about how we don't have to think about it because it's summer? That's what I'm doing. Let's make a petition for more vacation time. Yeah, everybody in class would sign it. Maybe some of the teachers too. Though I guess school isn't all the way bad. You can do some good things there. You can just do more when school's out. Learning new things can be cool. Gym's pretty great though. Um, learning new things can be cool. It's easiest way to hang out with people not in the neighborhood. If I didn't go to school, I never meet anybody new. No one really comes here. Uh-huh. The cafeteria lunches at my school could be better than they had any right to be. Lucky, mine's boring. Oh, that's it. And that's pretty much everything that's good about my school. Okay, point taken. Now I agree this topic of school is finally closed. We have to talk about this summer. We have to talk about this summer first before we start plotting the rest of our lives. I've got some plans already. Like, I'm gonna visit my cousins. You chuckled, of course. What's something you want to do? The first thing that comes to your head. Um, like to do. I got new art supplies. Can't wait to try them out. Can't wait to see what you make. You lean back in your bed, settling in as you continue chatting with your friend. Even though it hadn't been that long since you saw her, you'd be seeing her very soon. You found plenty to talk about. For one, the events of the day, you sat up straighter. I, I was with Cove and Derek today when we met a new kid. Like, at your neighborhood? Mm-hmm. His parents are visiting families. So it sounds like he'll be around for a while. I don't know how long. What's he like? Mean. He kept snapping. We're all trying to do is just talk to him. He kept being rude to everyone, especially Cove. It was awful. I don't think I want to meet him. You want a boy to stay away from before even meeting him? That's an unexpected twist. Your cousin was pretty popular with the boys who knew her. She seemed happy enough to have them around until they started to annoy her. Hey, who are you to talk? You give practically all your attention to boys. Or maybe just one boy. I see how much you like Cove. That's a special case. I don't give him all my attention. Yeah, you weren't able to say anything to that. You got me. Lee laughed at your affirmation, deeply amused. For a moment, you chuckled along with her. There was a stomping noise approaching your room, rolling off the rival of your irritated older sister. She flung the door open, a frown etched on her face. The little adventurer from earlier hadn't gotten you any good, gotten you any good with any goodwill this time. It seemed. How long are you going to hog the phone? Glaring at your watch, you realized your quick call had gone on for much longer than you anticipated. Elizabeth held out her hand, the other one logged on her hip. She noticed the realization on your face. Time's up. No, get out of my room. I'm still using it. Sorry for being so long. With a sigh, you say goodbye to the leaves. I gotta go. See you soon, okay? Okay, see you. Tell Elizabeth and your moms I said hi too. You barely pressed the end call button when Elizabeth whisked the headset, the handset from your fingers and began dialing someone new as she strode out of the room. Your mom's voice called from downstairs. Hey, has anyone seen the phone? I'm using it. With that, she shut the door behind you. Silence was left in the wake. That was one way to end your first day of summer break. Sometime later, it had gotten dark outside. You lay in your bed. You lay in your bed, wide awake. Your window rattled all of a sudden, startling you badly. You flinched, staring over at it with furrowed brows. From your vantage point, you only saw the moon and an open sky. You were I think I'd be curious. You were curious. What caused that noise? Cocking your head, you sat up and moved close to the window. You wanted to get to the bottom of this. To your utter shock, your gaze met a pair of familiar ocean blue eyes. Cove? You squinted. Yep, Cove was right outside your window. Your house was very angular, and some parts stuck out further than the others, so theoretically, it wouldn't be hard to climb around on. Still, just because somebody could, could didn't mean you expect it ever to happen. Cove looked awkwardly and unstable. His feet were braced against the section of wall that jutted out, his arms flexing with the effort to keep him upright. With difficulty, he waved and then wobbled, immediately dropping his hand in alarm. You hurried and opened the window. Cove scrambled inside, nearly falling flat on his face, but he was able to right himself in the end. He released a breath once he was steady. Hey, Irene. What are you doing? What's up, Romeo? There's a surprise. That's sure it's a surprise. We're always welcome here. Is everything okay? What happened? You're lucky I didn't start screaming. Amazing, my dreams have come true. What are you doing? What's up, Romeo? Um, surprise. So you're always looking. I'm like, what's up, Romeo? Literally climbing in my window. What's up, Romeo? Huh. I know it's I know it's late, but I didn't know what else to do. If I rang the doorbell, I know your moms would have answered and they'd just make me go home. I didn't really want to explain why I was coming over. Anyway, I don't want to talk about it. Well, besides with you, I mean, that's why I did that. As unexpected as this was, you were touched. Kofa like he could tell you what was wrong. I might have tried calling or something, except my dad was on the phone. Ko suddenly looked very cross. Dad, he's talking to my mom. Still, probably. You raised your eyebrows. Cove had eavesdropped on his parents' phone conversation? Shouldn't have done that. Eavesdropping is bad. I would have done that too. You didn't comment on his eavesdropping. There were other things to talk about. Are you gonna stay with your mom for a while? Every year, Cove was sent off to live with his mom for a few weeks. When when it happened varied. Sometimes he would go during winter break, but usually he went during summer. Even though it was hard news when you found out he was leaving, and you missed seeing him those weeks, but you understood. To your surprise, however, he shook his head. That's what I thought too, but no, that's not what they're saying. Dad asked my mom to not have me leave this year. He said he could. He said she could come stay with us here. Oh boy. You waited for him to continue. He didn't. The conversation abruptly dropped off. Okay. You couldn't help but stare at Cove. It was a complicated mix of expressions on his face. Is she gonna do that? Yeah. She told him she'd come. I know she's coming soon, before school starts. Oh, you had heard Cove talk about his mom a lot over the years. He'd tell you about past memories or what happened while he was visiting her. Still, it was one thing to hear about someone, and the other to actually meet them. Very soon, you're gonna see Cove's mom in person. You're taken aback by the news, so you can only imagine how Cove felt. You looked over at him. He was pacing across your room, his features pained with dread. Nom, 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 nom. Okay. Before, they barely stay in the same room long enough to have lunch. And now we're all gonna be together again? The three of us? After all this time? Just for a few weeks? I know I should probably be happy they can talk to each other now. I'm I'm still not. I'm just confused and freaked out. And now I feel really bad for feeling this way. Irene, it's so. Oh, his fist tightened and his eyes became misty. I shouldn't keep. I I couldn't keep. Blah. I couldn't keep getting. I shouldn't keep. I couldn't. Should. Couldn't. Should. Should. I should not read it incorrectly. I shouldn't keep getting like this. It's been a long time already, and I'm not a little kid. Even though he wouldn't meet your eyes, you knew he was waiting for you to say something. Um, there's nothing wrong with feeling bad. That is hard to deal with. Mm, his feelings are very valid in this situation. There's no right or wrong answer. What are you feeling? There's nothing wrong with feeling bad. That is hard to deal with. A tense line of Cole's shoulders eased. Thanks. Makes me feel a little better. Like I'm not freaking out for no reason. A momentary silence fell over the two of you. You marveled at how the day started. You had woken up, eager for summer vacation, but now things seem so crazy. Mr. Holden's gift, the newest addition to the neighbor being so rude, and if and as if that wasn't enough, now Cove's mom would be living with Cove and his dad again. Your whole life was kind of like that, it seemed. Complicated and complicated and hard and different. Why couldn't things just get better with time? Irene? The sound of your name, said quietly, pulled you from your thoughts. Cove gazed at you concerned. Oh, are you okay? Blah. Who, me? I'm more worried about you. Yeah, I'm like, my. Wow, things are kind of bad for everyone, huh? Me? I'm more worried about you. You don't have to forget about yourself for me. I want to listen to you. I want to listen to you too. Cove grinned reassuringly. It was small and delicate, but you knew it was genuine. Moonlight from outside cast shadows across his face and lit up his eyes. They seemed to sparkle with his smile. Hmm. Just that one look brightened your mood somewhat. You know what? I I think I don't want to talk about this anymore. He looked away, his lips thinning to a line, and rubbed at his arms. But I kind of don't want to go back home either. Could I stay a little longer? Just doing something else? He appeared, he appeared equal parts hopeful and vulnerable. How could you possibly turn him away? Of course, you can always stay here, Cove. I've got a flashlight and some cards. Are you in? Of course, you can always stay here. I don't know. Both of those options seem like something I would say. I got I got a flashlight and some cards. Are you in? You waggled your eyes, already excited by the prospect. Cove perked up at your response, a smile appearing in his face, and immediately took seat on your bed, not afraid to get comfortable in your room. You felt a little better at the sight. Somehow, you had a lot of worries, but you were glad he was here. And not just tonight. You were glad he came into your life in the first place. That was a change you would never want to undo. It felt totally natural to let him into your little world. He fit into it like a missing piece of a puzzle, and you were certain there was room to get even closer. You joined Cove on your bed, taking a seat across from him. He smiled at you again, but you could tell this time it was half hearted. He was still easy to read. Even though he didn't want to talk about his mom or dad, he must be thinking about what happened and what's about to happen. Let's give him a hug. He needs a hug. You moved closer and wrapped your arms around him. It wasn't much, but you hoped the contact helped a little. Cove froze up, startled. After a moment, his arms came up and he returned your hug. The two of you remained like that for some time. He might have mumbled something to you, but it was too quiet to tell what it was. When you pulled back, his expression had softened into something more natural. Conversation was still something stilted stilt. There we go, stilted. I said stilted. It's yeah. Conversation was stilted and broken often by silence at first. Then the two of you were able to get into your usual candor. As your secret hang session stretched on, you thought that you truly wanted to keep having moments like this with him. You hoped the day would never come when life decided the two of you would have to part ways. And you knew Cove felt the same. You opened your eyes groaning as they adjusted to the bright light that was streaming through your window and warming your brown skin. Warming your skin. With a loud yawn, you rolled away from the sunlight and blinked a couple of times, clearing the sleep from your eyes, before realizing with a start that it was actually morning. You couldn't even remember falling asleep. Cove had crept through your window during the night, and the two of you spent time together, trying not to wake your parents. You must have fallen asleep while you were hanging out, but couldn't put a finger on exactly when. You wonder how late Cove had stayed before heading home. You rubbed your face and yawned again, contemplating whether you should get out of bed and get ready for the day or stay snuggled up a while longer. Until your gaze landed on an instantly recognizable mop of pale green hair, and you bolted upright and gasped in surprise. He never left. He was still here in the morning. You laughed aloud. You jumped out of bed. You froze. Um, you laughed aloud. He had fallen asleep while sitting on the ground, leaning his head on the side of your mattress. With your lab coat's eyes snapped open and his head tilted from the source of his support. He didn't stop going until you smacked the floor with a crack. You clamped the hand over your mouth and looked down at him with wide eyes curled up from where he had landed rather ungracefully. Ow. Shh, 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 my mom's gonna hear us. You laughed even more. Are you okay? I was like, are you okay? You went to this tumble, hoping no one else in the house had heard either of your outbursts. Yeah, I'm alright. Cove rubbed his forehead a little, and you weren't sure that was entirely true. Either if either of your moms found that Cove had slept here the night, the two of you would be in big trouble. Cove blinked at you a couple of times, his eyes growing panic as some thought only could be heard. Some thought he could some thought only he could hear settled in his mind. Oh my god, I fell asleep. You weren't exactly sure what to do as you watched Cove pace your room, looking around frantically. Cove's hand flew to his face, letting out a sigh of relief when he found his glasses were right where they were supposed to be. Despite that, he hadn't calmed down completely. The atmosphere was still frazzled. It's going to be alright. You just need to leave before anyone notices you here. If they knew, we, if they knew, we would have heard about it already. Cove nodded, his shoulders tense as he fixed you with a firm stare with his turquoise eyes. Letting out a heavy sigh, he ran a hand through his hair in exasperation. He couldn't look at you again as he spoke. I'll see you later. You were confused by how all of this had played out, but you hoped that was true. Shoot. Which dropped my cinnamon roll. Uh yeah, see you later, Kobe. At that, you were suddenly wrapped up in a tense embrace. As panicked as he was, there seemed to be something he couldn't forget before leaving. Thanks. Again. You're my very best friend, Irene. No one else comes close. Oh, my heart. My heart. Hmm. Look, my heart. My heart. My heart. My heart. Goodness gracious. I love a good, childhood friends to lovers story. Gets me every time. It's so cute. And very, very emotional. Very, very cute. He firmly whispered out the words onto the top of your shoulder. It made you feel tingly. but you were let go before you had the chance to respond or even fully react. In a matter of seconds, he had climbed over your bed and opened the window. A cool breeze rolled off the ocean, fluttering through Cove's hair and filling your room with its salty scent. Cove anxiously stepped out to the ledge. You wished him luck. Good luck. Don't fall off my roof. You weren't sure he heard you or not, but he kept going along, one foot in front of the other, with increasing speed until his form disappeared out of sight. You stuck your head out of the window as far as you could, to keep to try keeping watch. He walked he walked the full length of the ledge before um jumping down to the top of the garage, then lowering himself onto the fence. From there, he finally dropped down into the ground. You threw out a thumbs up at his successful climb. He ran off towards his house without stopping, disappearing behind the side of another building. You had to admit, you were pretty impressed about how doable he made that look. Cove always seemed to have a way of seeming to. Cove always seems to have a way of seeming so smooth without even meaning to. With a little sigh, you reclosed your window, deciding there was nothing more you could do. You hopped off your bed and got ready to head downstairs for the day. Put on your slippers. You checked yourself in the mirror. You made your bed. You just left. Um, we gotta get rid of the evidence. So let's make our bed. It was a habit of yours. You straightened up your sleeves and smoothed over your comforter. Fluffed your pillows before stepping back and admiring your work. You took it down the stairs, slowly attempting to mask your face into a look of innocence. You were sure someone would have come into your room if they had heard anything strange, but you couldn't be too careful. You had to play it cool. You stepped into the living room. Elizabeth was there, tapping her finger on the counter. Good morning, Elizabeth. She looked over you immediately, her eyes squinting at the greeting. Why are you being so weird? You hadn't even done anything. Your big sister never missed a beat, unfortunately. Your eyes flickered left and right as you sidestepped her and headed towards the kitchen. Irene? Um. You folded. um. Sorry. For what? Don't know. She the smile, thinking whatever you were hiding was bigger than she assumed. Yes you do. Tell me. Further suspicious squinting occurred as she waited for something. But ultimately, she rolled her eyes. You weren't sure if you were in trouble or not. She didn't seem to care to dig any further. Whatever. And then she walked straight out the front door, letting it slam shut behind her. And you let out a brief sigh. Elizabeth went out most days to hang. Elizabeth went out most days to hang with her friends from school, or school around town. Oh gosh. They. Oh, I completely did something. Looked like you were getting away with that. Okay, well, we got away with it. Breakfast was eaten in peace and alone. Your moms were both out by the time you had gotten up. They had left you a serving of food from the breakfast they made: hash browns, an omelet, fruit salad, and there were a few sausage links. Take a little bit of everything. It was tasty. You appreciate that there was variety in the meals your mom's made. The day lazily drifted at home, and eventually your parents returned. You pulled open the fridge again, lingering in the frosty air for a moment before grabbing a bottle of ice cold water and taking a long drink. It was perfect. Balmy summer afternoon. It was a perfect balmy summer afternoon, and you decided to head outdoors and find something to do. You hadn't decided what that something was just yet, but you were sure something would pop up to occupy your time. As you as you were heading out the front door, you paused for a moment. You hadn't seen Cove since he had left that morning. You couldn't help but think about what had happened to him. Would it be bad to go over to his house right now or call him to check in? You stepped out of your house, still stuck in an internal debate with yourself, when a voice caught your attention. Hi, Irene. Confused, you looked over where an unrecognizable woman was waving at you, a friendly smile plastered on her face. You racked your memory for where or who you might have seen her before, but nothing came to mind. Not your school, not the country club your moms took you to. You had absolutely no idea who the woman was. The woman crossed the road towards you, and you were a little unsure whether you should stay put or go back to your house and lock the door. Whoops, sorry. Was that presumptuous? Was that presumptuous? I've heard I've heard about you, but you have no idea who I am, do you? You shook your head as she removed her glasses to reveal her sparkly ocean blue eyes, and all of a sudden, she seemed a little more familiar. My son lives here, and my ex, too. With a bent smile, she lifted a hand to point at the condo across the street from your own house. She was Cove's mom. Absolute baddie. I love I love her. I love her so much. She seemed nice. She seemed sort of strange. She looked really young. It made sense that she was Cove's mom. She felt so different to Cove. She was super pretty, like her son. This beautiful lady was Cove's mother. Wow. No matter your thoughts on her, you still felt taken aback that she had appeared so suddenly. Cove mentioned that she was coming, but you hadn't got the impression it would be the very next day. She extended a hand. It's time for you to take. She studied the As you studied the manicure fingers under your face and the assortment of bracelets that dangled from her wrists. Kyra, right? Her name is Kyra. I'm Kyra Priest. I'm Kyra Priest. So you can call me Kyra. You shook her hand. You reached out and took her hand, and she shook yours firmly, grinning wide. Huh, I'm Irene, but you already know that. That I do. Cubs mentioned you to me before. It's nice to finally. It's nice to finally. It's nice to officially meet you, Irene. Cove talked about you to his mother. He hadn't mentioned how he said things about you to her. What has Cove said about me? What are you doing here? Nice to meet you too. I'm curious. You know what? We're gonna save. Wait, do I really need to save? Honestly, I can just go back. Do I really need to? I'm curious. What have Cove said about me? Oh, I can't tell you that. I've already said too much. Oh, don't tell me. I want to know. It's okay. Okay. Nice to meet you too. She smiled at you fondly, her eyes crinkling at the corners. The sound of a door opening and closing caught both of your attentions, and when you turned towards the sound, it was Cove exiting his house, his eyes skimming the ground. Considering how tall he had grown, you kind of figured his mom would have been tall, but she was she was much more on the short side, for an adult anyway. Cove's height must have come from his father. There you are. I thought you were gonna keep me. I thought you were gonna keep me standing out here all day. You tried to catch Cove's eyes as he walked towards you, but his gaze was firmly fixed on the sidewalk. When he finally crossed the road and looked up, he gave you a pitiful look. After the way he had acted last night, you knew he must have been feeling pretty mixed up about this. You tried to wordlessly express what you understood. What you. Yeah, I said that right. Cove and I are heading into town to grab something to eat while the snore is at work. Kyra beamed at Cove and ruffled his hair, which only seemed to upset him more. You assumed the snore she was talking about was Mr. Holden. Hey, you should come with us, Irene. I'd love to get to know you better. Yeah, you should come. There was a pleading. Yeah, you should come. There was a pleading in his tone that you couldn't miss. Of course, we'll run it by your parents first. Responsibility and all that. It'll give me an excuse to meet them, which I need to do at some point. It's important to be neighborly, if I'm going to be roosting on the street for a time being anyway. Any whoosies, let's go. I love Kyra so much. She's so sunshine. She's so sunshine bean. Kyra walked ahead towards her house, and you hung back with Cove, who crinkled his nose as he watched her. Sorry about her, but I really do want you to come. I don't want it to be just the two of us. Not right now. You leaned in closer and whispered while checking around for anybody who might hear. What happened? Did your dad know you were gone? He shook his head and sighed heavily. Dad was so focused on Mom showing up that he didn't even notice. I thought when I heard them on the phone last night that it was something they were planning for the future. This morning, Dad said it was supposed to be a surprise, and I guess I was surprised. She's gonna be here all summer. Oh. You were surprised to hear that, too. Cove sighed again heavier. Sighed even heavier. I'll go with you, if you really want me to. He smiled, his shoulders relaxing a little in relief. Thanks. That'd be cool. The two of you headed over to where Cove's mom had just knocked on your front door and stood behind her. Mom answered the front door after a minute, her brows lifting in surprise at the group she found in front of her. You realized that, like you, she would have no idea it was Cove's mom who was hanging with you. However, after blinking at the woman a couple of times and looking between her and Cove, the realization seemed to strike her. Hello there, I'm, Pamela. Pamela. Interesting. I see you've met my kid, Irene. And I'm guessing you've already known Cove for a while. Kyra laughed, and you and Cove exchanged looks at your parents' weird sense of humor. I'm Kyra Priest. Kyra Priest. For a minute there. Okay, no, it was just something on my computer screen. Okay, for a minute there, it looked like there was a speck on my computer screen, and it looked like she had a lip piercing, and oh my goodness. Honestly, she could rock a lip piercing. She would absolutely kill it with a lip piercing. I love her hair. I really do like I believe it's kind of like ombre. I think it like fades to a different color. the closer it gets to the bottom. I'm not entirely sure. I might be tripping, but that's what it looks like a little bit. Ko's mom, it's so nice to meet you. A head of purple, a head of purple brown brown hair caught your eyes as mom popped up behind mom, squeezing herself in beside her. We have company. I was wondering what all the commotion was about. She grinned excitedly at Kyra. The two of them introduced themselves and shook hands. Hi, Irene. Cove. Cove smiled shyly. Cove smiled at Ma shyly, and she gestured a hand towards the living room. There's no use in hanging around in the doorway. Why don't you come in? I love to, but I promised I'd take my son out to eat, and I wouldn't want to hold you up with a surprise visit. Aw, I understand. You're welcome to stop by any time. I'll take you up on the offer when I can. Count on it. Would you mind? Would you mind too much if Irene went with Cove and I? My treat. We won't be, we won't be driving. Just a quick walk down the road. Sure, that sounds nice. I hope you all have fun. You gave your moms a look, and they smiled at you fondly. You were happy they were letting you go. You could tell that Cove really needed the support, and you were ready to be there for him. Ah, marvelous. Expect us back in an hour or two. We look forward to seeing you again. Take care. Your parents waved your parents waved goodbye to the three of you as you backed up into the street. There was a sound there was a sound of the front door closing behind you. I'm pretty I'm pretty positive I saw some restaurants when I was in the taxi not too far from here. Yeah, there's a lot of them around. The answer was straightforward and the tone was curt. Cove was usually more light-hearted than that. Kyra put her hands on her hip and smiled at her son. Well, you sound like the area expert. Do you have any recommendations for a place nearby? Not really. Kyra pouted him. Kyra pouted him a little and turned to you instead. How about you, Irene? Want to point me in the right direction? Sure, I have a couple of favorites. You've been to a lot of places in town. There were a couple that stood out from the rest. There's a Chinese restaurant that me and my family go to all the time. It's my mom's favorite. Also, there's a tropical themed place that tries to be sort of fancy. Both sound like a treat. I'll leave it for you to pick for us since Cove is going through a phase over there. He huffed at her and turned his face away. Um, I always typically pick the tropical one because, well, we got two tropical people right here, and it's so we're gonna go with the Chinese restaurant. Thank you, Irene. Will you show us the way? You nodded, taking the lead of your little group as Cove and his mom followed behind you. Together, the three of you left the neighborhood behind. The walk was about 15 minutes, and along the way, Kyra asked a lot of questions about the area. Cove was quiet most of the time, so he ended up answering for her instead. Kyra explained that she lived in a larger city, and she loved how peaceful and relaxing everything seemed in Sunset Bird. The restaurant was busy as usual. Luckily, you were shown right to a small table. Kyra lowered herself into the chair while Cove picked the one diagonal to her, not facing her, or to the side or to the side of her. It was awkward. Ahem. Let's see. To start, what would you all like to drink? I'll get an orange soda. Noted. Irene? Juice, milk, soda. I'm feeling kind of juicy right now, so juicy. did, I did not mean. I did not mean to say it like that. I meant to be like. There's no point in even trying to redeem myself. I'm so sorry. I did not. In my head, I was thinking, feeling kind of, like give me a juice. I'm feeling whatever. Just give me the juice. Which flavor? Orange, apple, lemonade. Ooh. These are good choices, but orange juice? Oh no. Never mind. Not good choices. I'm so sorry to orange juice lovers out there, but that stuff is it's like my kryptonite. I will not drink orange juice for the life of me. I hate it so much. It literally and physically makes me sick every time I try to drink it. Orange juice and I just do not get along. So maybe apple juice. Apple juice is pretty tasty. Lemonade. Ooh, lemonade. Sure. Can I replace the order for your drinks? Getting a black hot coffee for herself. It didn't take long before they were brought to the table and set in front of you. You took a sip you took a long sip of your drink as you looked around the restaurant. Your group checked over the menus and you decided to order a usual thing. You had been to this restaurant many times, so you knew it was good and what wasn't already. Kyra and Co. didn't need any encouragement for this. They were totally focused on the information in front of them. Soon the meals too were ordered and the menus taken away. You glanced at the table surface, wanting to figure out what to say. Cove sunk further back into the seat and avoided eye contact. He started to twiddle his thumbs while acting like this was perfectly normal. His sour feelings today were unignorable. Instead of asking more open questions he'd brush off, Kyra had mercy on her son and instead put her focus towards you. So, Irene, what's a few things that you're into? There's gotta be something you do for fun, especially now that you're not buried in school assignments. Um, I spend time on art. I draw. I've filled out loads of sketchbooks. And, um, oh heck, was there digital art on there? Yeah, create digitally. My computer at home doesn't really have all the programs I need. And games I like to play. I like to play video games. I don't know much about them. Maybe you can show me sometime. Card games. Oh yeah, card games too. Maybe we can all play together sometime. And um I like to read nonfiction books, fiction novels. Nonfiction. I bet you know a lot of things then. Nonfiction, fiction. Oh, wait, no, that's not what I meant to pick. Fiction, fiction, fiction. Me too. Nothing beats curling up with a good book. Poetry. Sophisticated beyond your years, I see. Manga. I haven't heard of that style, but I'm sure it's very good. And um I'm really into Go. I think that really embarrassed her that time. Um I go to the beach and build sandcastles. That sounds like a lot of fun. Swim. First good swimmer. Look for seashells. I keep the best ones I find from my collection. I'm sure it's an incredible collection. Go surfing. Actually, I believe Cove taught me how to surf. on one of these. So I'm not gonna pick surfing yet. Walk along the shore. It's a nice that's a nice way to relax. I hope I hope to be able to spend some time on the shore while I'm here myself. And um I spend time studying. Studying in summer? I have to admit, I don't know a lot of people who enjoy that. Uh but hard work is the key of getting what you want in life. Um Music. Uh Me personally, I do play the keyboard piano, and the ukulele, but they're not labeled on here. So I'm not, I mean, the piano is, but I'm not gonna pick one. So I'll listen to a lot of it. I have an MP3 player at home that my mom helped me put some music on. I've even seen some concerts. Awesome. And uh, I like to watch things, TV. It's pretty addicting when you find a good series, isn't it? Movies. I don't know her head. You guess she must like that too. Stand up comedy. So, if it's good. Um, Plays, people, plays. That's very interesting. Stand up comedy. Cool, cool. And um, aren't the sports? Nope. No, no, I'm not into sports. Well, I'm just into sports, I guess now. Hang out with people, write things, fashion. I write things. A fellow writer. Didn't say anything else. Thanks. I'm happy to learn more about you. There's so much I hadn't heard. Cove leaves the details out. So what exactly did Cove say about me? Kyra laughed, holding a hand in front of her mouth. I can't tell you that. I hadn't come all this way to embarrass my son too much. Kids are delicate at his age. She laughed again and glanced at Cove to see his reaction. He was trying not to pay attention, but you could tell he was uncomfortable. Hoping it would clear some of the tension in the air, you decided to ask Kyra a few questions of your own. Cove hadn't told you much about her, and you were curious to know more about this woman who was such a big part of his life. What exactly do you do for work? I'm a travel I'm a travel writer for magazines and things. I keep people on the loop on what's worth seeing. It's good work. Wow. I always see this question on why did you and Mr. Holding get divorced? And the new relationship one, but I typically never ask them. I'm kind of curious on like what the if she actually answers them or if it's more of like a that's a no, you don't ask that kind of thing. So we're going to save. We're going to save, and in case I fuck up, we can always just rewind it like in Life is Strange. Like I didn't do anything. So, um why did you and Mr. Holton get divorced? Kevin nudged you in the arm when you looked at him. He seemed Cove nudged you in the arm when you looked at him. He seemed furious. Kyra brushed the question off lightly. Okay. That's grown up stuff. You should enjoy your youth while you can. Not don't worry about that. Okay, okay. So we're gonna load. We're gonna load it back. So Cove gets angry at this. He gets angry. Okay, what about the other one? Are you in a new relationship, yeah? Kyra brushed the question lightly. Not at present. Oh, she answered that one. Okay. We're gonna. So she's not in a new relationship, obviously. Okay. So anyway, I typically never pick those because they're typically not something you're supposed to ask. But What do you like to do? I spend time with my little boy, of course. I'm traveling. A real shock, huh? Where do you live, normally? Nevada. Have you ever been there? You shook your head. It's a beautiful place. Check it out if you can. Couldn't bring yourself to ask another question. It didn't seem to bother her that the conversation had dropped off. Cove sipped his soda angrily, slurping up the remaining drink with furrowed brows. He looked ready to run straight out of the restaurant. You weren't sure if coming along had ended up making the lunch better or worse. You flicked his straw paper at him. You gave him a sympathetic look. You made a silly face at him. You smiled at him. Um, we're gonna save over the Kyra decision one because we're not going back there anytime soon. So we're gonna flick the paper at him, I believe. The wrapper hit Cove's nose. You had to bite down your tongue to keep from laughing. It took a couple moments. He finally cracked a smile, and that made you feel a little lighter inside. You two seem really cute together. Cove covered his face with his hand and leaned back in his seat. Oh, Mom, why did you say that? We're gonna go run it back. Run it back. Okay, you made a silly face at him. You stared at Cove until he glanced at you in annoyance. Then you lifted your nose with the finger and poked out your tongue. It took a couple moments before finally cracked a smile, and that made you feel a little lighter. Oh, okay. So she says the same thing. Okay. So I'm gonna go back and pick the one that I really want. I just wanted to see if there was other dialogue options. Let me explore all the dialogue options. You left him alone. You flicked the You left him alone. You flicked the straw paper. Gave him a sympathetic look. You made a silly face. You smiled at him. I'm gonna flick the straw. You two seem really cute together. Cole covered his face with his hand, leaned back in his seat. Ugh, Mom, why did you say that? You felt bothered too. You blushed. Thanks. We are cute. You just laughed. Are we YN? Can we we blushing, we twiddling our thumbs, kicking our feet. Little YN time. Um, I don't know. These are all very valid stuff happening here. Um, this is all good stuff happening here. I don't know what to pick. Hmm. Hmm. I don't know. Heck. We're gonna save. Save since we don't need that other one anymore. Um, you blushed. Were the two of you really cute together? Oh, I'll just run it back. Just ran it back. Oh, okay. Thanks, we are cute. Very. Okay, so she says a little very. Um, you just laughed. It definitely was unexpected. Didn't seem to be any other way you could react. Okay, well, there's not really. Oh, yeah. Yeah, thanks. We are cute. Very. Your meals were delivered shortly after that, and everything was so delicious. Even Cove enjoyed his food. All right, now that we're all full and content, Can you explain, please, why you have had a bug up your butt all day? Cove's face scrunched at that. Seriously, baby, what What did Mom do to make you this mad? I haven't seen you. I haven't even been around the full day yet. Oh, Kyra. He gripped the edge of the table, refusing to make eye contact. Blah, excuse me. The words he spoke were barely audible over the din of the restaurant. You could have told me. She leaned forward not to miss anything else, eyebrows raised. Told you what? He seemed to find his voice and spoke the thoughts that had been on his mind. That I wasn't going to visit you this year? That you'd be coming instead? Didn't you invite me? You wanted me here with you? Cole's eyes began to shake, and his frustration embittered. I don't. I do want to be around. I do want you to be around, but I didn't know it'd be like this. It's not the same, and nobody said anything. I see. Her expression grew tense. She threaded her fingers together and placed her hands in front of her on the table. We've both been gifted another Clifford surprise. Referring to that referring to that as a Clifford surprise almost caused both you and Cove to crack a smile. You also had no idea you also had no idea his name wasn't just Cliff. Over 5 years nobody ever called him Clifford until now. She smoothed her hair out, not letting go of her stern look. The more things change, the more they stay the same. They both let out identical sighs and smiled weakly at one another afterwards. I can go home, Cove. We can still set up a normal trip to my place before the summer ends. Cove's lips tightly pressed together, and he seriously pondered the option. I think I do want you to stay. I miss it when you're not there. I miss it when you're not there. My heart. She reached across the gap and grasped his face and planted a kiss on his cheek. Cove tried to wiggle away. Mom, stop. I'm sorry. Sweet young I'm sorry. Sweet young men need to be smooched by their parents. If they don't, they'll take away my mom license. Kara was completely enthused by Cobb's admission. Through a tone of seriousness did return to her voice when the conversation returned. Do you want to talk to your dad too? No. Cobb snapped at the word instantly, but reeled his annoyance back in just as quickly. Maybe later, not today. I understand. We can shelve it. Thanks, Mom. Thank you for talking to me, little mister. She grinned affectionately at him before turning your way. And thank you, Irene. Huh? What did I do? It's easy to act like a baby with your mom, but it's harder to keep that up when your neighbor's watching everything. Especially when you really care what that said neighbor thinks of you. She winked. Mom. She just ruffled his hair with a laugh and then moved her hand down to tap the end of his nose. And that was how the issue was resolved, at least between Cove and his mom. When the three of you left the restaurant, Kyra had paid. And Kyra. Ooh, I keep yawning now. And Kyra had paid the bill. You walked back to your neighborhood. You walked back to your neighborhood slowly. You had eaten so much at the time, you were beginning to feel sleepy. It didn't help that the lunch had had happened late, and the sun was already beginning to descend from the sky. But eventually, you reached your street. Someone was there to greet you upon your arrival. Welcome back, family, and Irene, too. Cliff. Dad. The two walked past him into the condo without sparing another word. Despite the summer despite the summer heat, their shoulders were cold. Uh-oh, I'm in trouble. He rubbed the back of his neck with a quick smile, but his eyes were soft as he looked on after them. He's so much like his mom, don't you think? You gave a vague nod, not sure what he was expecting you to do. He nodded back far more energetically. Okay, have a nice night, Irene. You too, Mr. Holden. With that, Cove's dad disappeared and joined the others inside. It was your turn to go home now. Summer hadn't started off at all how you imagined it. Imagined it would have, though it turned out to set the tone well. Having Kyra in the neighborhood has a new experience. Not having Kyra in the neighborhood was a new experience. For new experience for not only you and Cove, but also both of your families. And the dull moment was rarely had. There we go. Okay. All right. Okay. So we got the main parts, and then we have the DLCs. Okay, so here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna take a break. I'm gonna take a small break, little restroom break, and I'll be right back, everybody. I am back. Hello. Yes, we are back. Hi, hello. Also, I was failed to be informed. That the game audio was muted this entire time. And I did not know. So it's really just me just reading for like 2 hours straight. Just straight reading. No game music. Nothing. Which is really, really interesting now. So let's just put this up. There we go. Now we got some game music. We've got some ambiance. Well, anyway, I was just reading the prerequisite anyway. It's okay. Alright, we're to the good stuff now. The deep reading stuff. Okay. But yeah, it's very, very, very interesting to me to see. Okay. So now I'm gonna just check the main parts, and we have. Okay, no, it's still quite a ways behind. I think it's like 5 minutes and something minutes behind the stream for mobile, which is a little sucky, but you know, it's alright, we're gonna roll with it. So we got Wave, Growing Up, Family, Dinner, Road Trip, and then we have the DLCs ones, which is The Mall, Birthday, Summer Work, Escapade, and Soiree? Soiree. Interesting. Okay. Alright. Okay, so let's dive in here. Which one do we want to... Okay, last stream we did all the ones, the main storylines went first, and then we did all like the fun DLC stuff under that. So let's do the main stuff first. So we're gonna do Wave. The family shopping trip. Oh, is this the one where we get abandoned and then we spend the day with Cove? I hope. Wait, no, that was the other one. Wait, I don't know. I'll just read. The family shopping trip had lasted most of the morning, and you were... Oh, no, it's not. And you still had to unload everything from the trunk before you could go enjoy the afternoon. You cradled another bag in your arms as you headed towards your house. It was one of the heavier bags from the grocery store, loaded with fresh apples, ripe tomatoes, and a bunch of carrots. Even half a watermelon. Mom came out the front door and paused ahead of you. Need any help with that, I mean? I can bring it rest of the way, if you want me to. No, I got it. You eagerly agreed. You needed someone else to take it. You didn't say anything. You could finish the job yourself, no problem. No, I got it. I got it. You could just manage to hold it. You were doing fine. No, I've got it. You were doing fine. Even if it was large, it wasn't really any problem for you. Mom gave you an encouraging grin and rustled her fingers through your pink hair. You set the bag on the counter. Your older sister began to root around inside for the contents with a sigh. How much is left? Still a few more bags. With a huff and a puff, Elizabeth continued putting away the groceries and you retreated out of the kitchen before you could become the target of her bad mood. Careful, Irene. You hadn't been looking where you were going and almost bumped right into Mom, almost stepping on her toes to boot. Sorry. I can give you a pass this time, but be sure to watch where you're going. If you run into the wrong person, you might get your license revoked. She grinned at the bad joke and you continue through the door. Outside, Mom had started organizing what remained and putting back any loose objects that had fallen out during the trip. When you stepped up to the trunk beside her, she took a big breath of air, her dress gently swaying around in the breeze. It's a shame we had to spend the morning cooped up in that shopping center. It's a beautiful day, don't you think? You tilted your head to the sky, gazing at the clear blue expanse. Yeah, it is. Days like today are my favorite. It's too hot. I wish it was raining. I like when it's stormy the best. Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is. You closed your eyes and enjoy the way the sun warmed your face for a few moments before turning back to Mom to help her with the groceries. Oh, hi, Cove. You noticed Mom waved over Cove, who had just exited his front door, with his surfboard propped up under one arm. Let me see. Surfboard and wetsuit. Where might you be off to on this beautiful day? Cove instantly startled, not having realized your family was also out there, even though your mom was the one who called out. You're the one he looked at. He tried to settle down again. He jogged across the pavement to properly say hello to you and your parents. There was decidedly awkward, since Cove had trouble figuring out how close to stand to you. In addition of his unveiled surfboard made the whole thing even clumsier. Careful with that thing, you'll put someone's eye out. Mom chuckled and got a whispered approach from Ma for it. Ma'am, please go easy on him. Cove winced. Sorry, Miss Jacqueline. Don't mind her, honey. It's a beautiful day for surfing. I hadn't been out in the waves in a long time. I'm jealous. Yeah, I'm hoping to get a few good waves before it gets dark. Hi, Cove. He had relaxed a lot when Mom spoke to him, but the rigidity came back as soon as you said something. Hi, Irene. Cove managed to grin, and it almost felt like you had butterflies in your stomach. Do you want to come hang out? You want to come hang out there later? He noticed the flush around his cheeks, but that might have been from the heat. Sure, I'll meet you when we're done. Oh yeah, alright, I can do it. Alright, can't this time. Sure, I'll meet you here when we're done. When he spoke again, he tried to contain some of the excitement that was clearly already at the burst. It'll be fun. You're not undone the loading, right? Can I help? No, this is our job. You go enjoy the beach. Irene can catch up as soon as she finishes here. Alright, I'll see you. Yeah, bye for now. Cove headed down to the beach with more skip in his step than normal. It was really cute. You smiled softly to yourself at the thought that you'd be joining him soon. He tried to perk up after you greeted him here. I wonder why that could be. Ma. Now who's giving him a hard time, Lonnie? Shush, different.
Gosh.
Mom's face broke into an incredulous grin. In what way? I'm being supportive and he can't hear it. Mom full-on laughed that time. You're the worst of us when it comes to this. Honestly, I keep trying to warn people, but they won't listen. I only want to help. I think it's fair to say he might need it. Meddler, but you have a point. Right? You narrowed your eyes at their teasing, but they simply chuckled. conspiratorially before taking before taking more bags from the trunk and heading inside. Once everything had been taken in and put away, you got yourself ready to meet Cove at the beach. You had a surfboard in your room that you wanted to take with you. You weren't sure what you were going to do. You were surfing, you didn't know how. Your family had a surfboard around here somewhere. Should we be like the little lost puppy again and let him teach us, or should we just like, nah, you know what, not this time. You had a surfboard in your room you had to take with you. You've been practicing your surfing more and more lately. It was ready to go. After grabbing your board, let's see. After grabbing your board and getting everything ready, you headed down to the beach. Have fun, honey. Stay safe. When you arrived at the shore, you were greeted by the crash of waves and soft calls of the seagulls. You took in a lungful of the ocean air and felt your brown skin warm in the sun. You noticed a small setup nearby with a towel, some sunscreen, and a bottle of water. Ooh. Fancy. It's always good to have this. Honestly, do not go to the beach without sunscreen. Please. Don't want to get any like 3rd-degree burns. Those shits hurts. They hurts. A lot. It must be Cove's. He spotted Cove by himself nearby. He hadn't gone off the sea yet. He was just sitting in the sand at the water's edge, his board propped up beside him. You ran up beside him. Hey, are you waiting for someone? Irene. They're so cute. They're so cute. They're so cute. I can't. He looked up at you with a smile and quickly hopped to his feet. I was wondering if you were still coming. I wouldn't have missed it. And stay outside all day? I don't think so. Sorry you had to wait. I wouldn't have missed it. He chuckled shyly at your insistence. Okay. Then he cast his eyes out towards the waves. So I'm not that good at surfing. I'm ready to get in there. Wanna have a competition? Ooh, okay. Will you give me some tips? Okay, we're gonna be the super cool surfer friend this time around. You wanna have a competition? What does the winner get? You wrinkled your nose and thought about it for a moment. If you win, I'll let you have my dessert next time you come over for dinner. And if you win, I'll give you mine. You shook hands to settle the terms and ran out into the water. You paddled out onto the sea where the waves were good there. The water was cool against your skin. Not too calm, but nothing crazy. It looks perfect today. Bean. He smiled at you and you couldn't help but smile back. You felt totally content. Until Cove kicked the water a little too hard and inadvertently splashed you. Hey! Sorry. The apology did not come across especially as repentant, as he was particularly laughing when he said it. You splashed him back. You laughed, but waited for an opening for revenge. The second he looked away, you kicked back, spraying him. Up. This isn't what we're supposed to compete over, Irene. What are you gonna do? Disqualify me? You paddle your surfboard close enough to bump into his. He put his hand on his chest to mock outrage. An athlete feat giving his position. You tried to splash him once more, but he was ready for it and got you first. He looked at you with a cheeky smile. Didn't you want to do some surfing before the afternoon's over? Yeah. One battle was over, but the war was just beginning. By the time you set the standards for the civil competition, you felt relaxed in the sea. You want to show off. You surfed carefully. You found waves that made you feel confident. You spent the rest of the competition passing on risky attempts and only going for it when you knew it would go well. Cub as a surfer was graceful as a professional dancer on stage. His brow furrowed in concentration, and yet his effortless smile never wavered. It was incredibly hard to pull your eyes off of him. Cub as a surfer was similar to his own personality, a bit awkward. His brow furrowed in concentration, and yet his smile never wavered. It was absolutely charming in its own way. However, you tried to keep your focus on the feel of the waves and your bounce on the board. He complimented you mildly after you tackled a big wave. You're pretty good at competing. You're awesome at surfing. You're pretty good at competing. Sometimes you mispositioned yourself on your board or came into a wave with the wrong angle. But overall, you rocked it. You mostly stuck with safer waves and let Cove go after the daredevil stunts. You built up a strong consistency and got the rhythm of it down. By the end of it, you couldn't complain about your performance. Co-performance took the winner's spot. He wasn't bragging about it, but the sparkle in his eyes, you could see his satisfaction. At least you picked up a couple of things from watching his form. Perhaps if there was next time, you could use them against him. What an afternoon. The sun was visible on the horizon. Every time you would look away, it had sunk a little lower. The beach was darkening, but still pleasantly warm. You knew you should get out of the water before it was completely dark in the sea. You rode one last wave back to the beach. There, you picked up your board and gave it a quick once-over. Cove followed you to the shore and put his board with his other things and grabbed his towel and started to dry off. As he ruffled his hair with a towel, you watched the sunset together. The colors were beautiful in the distance, and the shadows around you deepened. Yeah. There was no need for words between the two of you, as you both enjoyed the sight for a moment. Cove broke the silence. The waves were good today, I think. Perfect for surfing, I guess. Did you really think so? Yeah, totally. He nodded mildly. You've gotten so good. You couldn't help but smile at the praise. It meant a lot coming from him. You're still the best surfer here. Yeah? Thanks. He was humble about it, but you both knew it was true. You chatted a little bit more until the conversation truly died out, and all you heard was the rhythmic sounds of the waves. And then Cove sighed. The day can't be over. Not yet. He scowled into the distance as if the sun exiting the sky was a personal offense. Don't you think it should be longer? Yeah. Cove stood up straight in defiance at the approaching darkness. I'm not gonna go home yet. I want to go somewhere. I don't know. Cove was still dripping in salt water, so you weren't sure what the alternative was. Wetsuits were fine for the beach, and not much else. It wasn't a good idea for him to lug his surfboard around town either. I don't know. You'd be real cute in that wetsuit wherever you go. Well, I need to call it a night. Yeah, I want to do something too. We'll sure be welcomed anywhere soaking... We'll sure be welcomed anywhere soaking wet like this. Yeah, I want to do something too. Cub nodded with a smile. Then he looked down the shore with wide smiling eyes. Well, at least there's one place that's always okay to hang out in, no matter what time it is. The park. You know, the park was, virtually always empty. Even Elizabeth only went over there nowadays if she was looking for you. How times have changed. She used to be so protective of that place. In fact, the only person there was a chance of running into that Jeremy kid again. You brought up the idea to Cove, and he cringed. But I'm still going. The sun is still there a little, so I'm staying out as long as it is. He tagged along. Okay, let's go. Cove took a minute to put his stuff in order. He made sure to get it all though. He didn't take much care to shake the sand off. You dealt with your own things. You stuffed everything together quickly. You took your time to pack your bag. You stuffed everything together quickly. I'm done, Cove. He rolled his eyes with a bent smile at the announcement. As a final touch, Cove plucked his glasses off the beach and put them back in his face. He looked more like himself now. He led the way down the beach to the park. It wasn't far, so it didn't take you long at all. The sun still hadn't completely disappeared yet, which made when you made your arrival. Cove stuck his surfboard upright in the sand and tossed his towel over the top. By now the two of you were mostly dry. The summer breeze on your skin kept you pleasantly warm. Cove idly went over to the monkey bars. He grabbed them, feet flat on the ground, and pretended to go across. He had definitely grown in the past few years. You had also outgrown the monkey bars. You were way too tall to play on them properly anymore. When he got to the bar in the middle, Cove pulled himself up and through, then sat on top of the bars. His legs dangled off the side of the bar he perched on. Let's join him up there. You didn't even have to stretch to pull yourself up. It was a rather tall seat to clamber on, but it worked. Cove scooted over to give you more room to spread out. These monkey bars weren't exactly made for two teens sitting on top of them. Guess what? He smiled wryly and raised an eyebrow. He's not here. Right, it was true. There wasn't a single sign of Jeremy, and it looks like it was just gonna be the two of you tonight. Cove hung his head and groaned dramatically. Your eyes widened when he whipped his head back up. I can't believe how dumb my parents are, forcing me to come to this stupid place. You were taken aback and blinked for a second when you realized he was quoting Jeremy. Parents don't know anything. Cove chuckled back at you, amused. You looked around. The old park, the streets you knew, like the back of your hand, the beach, and those were your stomping grounds. You wonder how Cove actually felt. How much his joke was just a joke, and how much was sincere dislike of this place. Moving had never been his choice. I know you don't think it's dumb. Do you actually like this neighborhood? I know you don't think it's dumb. Cove kicked his legs carelessly as they dangled. He smiled softly. I like it here. I really do. It's a nice place. He didn't hesitate. There was so much uncertainty, and that was his genuine opinion. Yeah, I like it too. Well, of course, I'm here after all. You're the best thing in the neighborhood, Kevin. Cove flushed and started kicking his legs wildly like he was running in place. Cute. It didn't take long for the day to finally draw to a close. The sun had gone and it was dark. You chatted for a while longer, but it was definitely winding down. I wish days were longer. I wish this day was longer. He kicked his feet and it made him look like a pouty child. Oh well. Cove sighed and it was time to go home. He hopped down from the monkey bars. Excuse me, with a thump, and his feet hit the ground. You clambered down the monkey bars yourself. Let me just check everything's still running perfectly? Yep, okay. You clambered down the monkey bars yourself and lowered yourself more slowly than Cove lower yourself more slowly than Cove and barely made a sound when your feet reached the ground. Delegateness. Cove grabbed his surfboard and threw his towel around his neck. With his water bottle in hand, he was ready. You both began your trek up the road. It was a quiet night. And you didn't run into anyone else. In what felt like no time at all, you had reached your street. As you walked, Cove smiled to himself. Excuse me. It was a soft expression, and you couldn't help but wonder what put it there. Hey, don't keep all that thinking to yourself. I just remember when we were younger, it used to be such a big deal to come home after dark. You could indeed recall, if you got sandy, your parents would have something to say. If you got wet, your parents would have even more to say. And if you came home after dark, well, your mom and his dad had better said it was okay beforehand. You used to need permission for everything. That small comment he exposed just now exposed just how much freedom you really had this summer. Cove looked up into the sky, a smile still on his face. The two of you walked side by side, reminiscing. When you came to your houses, you turned to each other. Thanks for today, Irene. Bye. It was nice seeing you. This is definitely an interesting experience. Yep. Oh, thanks for the awesome day. Cove waved and you both turned around to your respective houses. This was a pleasant end to the outing, you thought. It's cute. Okay, next one. Growing, family, dinner, road trip. Okay, we're gonna do growing. One early one afternoon, you found yourself in the living room with your family. It was another one of those summer days where it felt too hot to go outside, but it was too uncomfortable to do anything inside either. The air conditioner was cranked up as far as it could negotiate it as far as you could negotiate. Okay, something. But everyone was still being pretty lazy. You, your moms and sister were lounging around while the TV blared on in the backdrop, ignored by all of you. You especially were lying spread eagle on the carpet. Sitting cross-legged on the floor, perched on the arm of the couch, draped over the coffee table. Probably draped over the coffee table. The surface had been nice and cool to the touch at first, but now your skin was sticking to it. Elizabeth broke the silence with a loud groan, and you glanced over. She was lying on her back. Over the couch, massaging her calf with one hand. Ugh, I feel terrible. I'm dying in this house and my legs hurt. Mom looked up from the magazine she had barely been flipping through, frowned and concerned. Could you have strained them somehow? Elizabeth faltered briefly, then flopping on her side with a heavy sigh. I don't know, it just hurts. Oh, sweetheart. Mom got up from her seat in the kitchen and walked over to your sister. She did a light pat on Elizabeth's shoulder sympathetically. I'm sorry you have to deal with that. Maybe it's growing pains? You could be taller by next fall. Elizabeth scoffed. She didn't look impressed by Mom's assessment. I'd rather be my height forever than deal with this. Mom walked over too, leaning against the back of the couch. Kids, they grow up so fast. Soon Elizabeth will have a home of her own, maybe even with a nice husband and some kids, if she feels like it. She snorted loudly and wiped her eye. You can tell that you could tell that it was just a bit. You tilted your head. Even though you knew Elizabeth liked guys, it was hard to imagine her with a boyfriend or a husband. She only seemed invested in hanging out with her group of friends, not chasing after boys. God, I keep yawning. Mom must agree with you, because she shook her head. Let's not exaggerate. She's still practically a child. But if you ever do pursue romance, Elizabeth, you can come talk to me about it. Definitely, we're always willing to lend an ear. Elizabeth's features contorted with disgust. No way, I'm not talking to my moms about that. Mom's jaw dropped as she gasped an exaggerated display of shock. Her hand came up to rest against her chest. Mom grinned. She didn't look offended by Elizabeth's quick response at all. Would it really be so bad to come to us? I know what it's like to have a crush on a pretty boy or two. I don't, but I can listen anyway. Mom snorted at her own joke while Mom busted into giggles. They were both having a little too much at Elizabeth's expense. Elizabeth certainly wasn't feeling amusement because she rolled her eyes and sat up. Thanks. I'm going back to my room. I'd rather melt alone, thanks. She strode off towards the staircase, taking the steps two at a time. Your mom stared after her, then turned to each other with raised eyebrows. Whoops. Looks like we scared her off with all that romance talk. Oh well, we'll get her next time. You watched them, titter? You watched them titter with some surprise. Obviously your mom liked women, but you had no idea what You had no idea that mom liked guys too. Today was the first time you heard her say something like that. What, you had a crush on guys? Since when? Mom turned to you, Mom turned to you, happy to bring you into things now that you've spoken up. She smiled and nodded. Always. I like both. But I like your mom most out of everyone. She's special. Look at the two gays. They're so cute. Let's go lesbian. Let's go lesbian. Mom's smile turned all soft in the corners, like it usually did when she looked at her. She pinched Mom's cheeks lightly. Your mom reached up to cup a hand over Mom's. When Mom stopped pulling on her cheek, her hand remained clasped together. Thanks, Lonnie. I think most women have charm, but no one can hold a candle to you. Aw, Pamela. Mom beamed and kissed Mom on the cheek. Kissed Mom on the cheek she had been pinching before. You cringed. Your parents were embarrassing. You laughed at their antics. You thought the moment was very sweet. You smiled to yourself the sight. No matter how often your moms expressed their feelings for each other, it was always nice to witness it. Mom looked back to you, letting Mom's hand go with a brief squeeze. As she settled down next to you, Mom followed soon after. You know, I'm here to listen to you whenever you're ready. That offer isn't just for Elizabeth. In fact, I think that talk might be needed sooner for you. After all, you already have someone, isn't that right? Mom shook her head and elbowed Mom, but it was futile. Meddler. You both fiercely. You elbowed her. Mom! Yeah, that's true. Yeah, that's true. Mom giggled, no doubt, pleased that you admitted it so readily. There's no rush, of course. You can take all the time you need to figure out what or who you want. I don't think you have to stick with whatever you come up with right now. Life's nice like that. It can change and you can learn. Mom nodded agreement. The two of us are happy to hear you out. We may be able to relate better than you think. Still, we won't push the topic, at least most of the time. Mom gave Mom the weakest scattening look possible, while being unable to stop grinning. Another pass on all that. Thanks. You nodded silently. You shrugged. Thanks. I'll think about it. Good. That's all we asked for. Mom let out an exaggerated sniffle. It didn't take a genius to realize it was fake. First Elizabeth, now you, Irene. Do you have to grow up? Yes, children tend to do that from time to time. Your parents quickly grew absorbed in their conversation about rearing kids. You took that as your cue to leave, getting up so you could spend some time alone in your room too. They let you go without problem, so you made your way up the stairs. You let out a sigh once you stepped into your room. It was just as sweltering in there as it was the living room, possibly even warmer. You couldn't help but open your window since it was hotter outside. You couldn't even open your window since it was hotter outside. You just let the AC out. You dragged your feet as you crossed the room and checked your current sweltering conditions in the mirror as you passed it. You thought back to the conversation downstairs about growing up and all that. After a moment, you stood close to the mirror, you stared at it and turned away from the surface to look down at yourself. You're definitely growing all right. It was weird thinking about how you were now in a comparison to what you've been when you were younger. When it came to your body, heavy set. There's no average. There's no like in the middle, slender, chubby. There's no in the middle option between like average. There's no average body type. You know what? We're gonna give our girl some chub. Where's chub? You shift it to the side. Your head still facing her. Continuing the self-evaluation from the viewpoint. You were assigned female. At birth, you were assigned female, and you aim not to have breasts through hormone therapy. I mean, I'm a woman, so I don't think I need anything other than a woman. Do we have tatas or do we not have tatas? I guess we have tatas. If I'm mistaken, even your shirt, even with your shirt helping to obscure your form, you had tatas now. You took a step backwards and finished your impromptu inspection. You locked eyes with your reflection, cocking your head to the side, all things considered. You thought you looked fantastic. You didn't look too bad. You had no idea how to feel. You were simply neutral, subconscious. You wanted to look different than you did. You didn't look too bad. Didn't look too bad. We're pretty average. Pretty chill, pretty average. The small tug of your mouth. Sure, maybe you wouldn't be a model or anything, but you weren't half bad. You shook your head roughly, putting the thoughts of what you were turning into out of your mind. This wasn't time to focus on such things. You had to find something to do in this heat. You shuffle over to your bed, collapsing onto the mattress, your brow scrunched in thought. Time passes slowly, and to your annoyance, possible ideas of what to do were few and far in between. You weren't sure how long it had been, but eventually you heard your mom call you from downstairs. Irene, there's a call from you. Cove wants to come over. Is that alright? You perked up at the words sitting up on the bed. You yelled back her meaning, yeah. You got to your feet and headed downstairs, eager to see your friend. You need to go downstairs soon anyway, because your empty stomach told you it was almost time for lunch. Just as you reached the bottom of the stairs, you saw Mom put the phone on the back on the receiver. Mom glanced at Mom, leaning her hip against the kitchen counter.
What a pickle.
Well, here comes trouble. We better prepare ourselves. Mom clicked her tongue in clear disapproval of Ma's words. He's a good boy. Cove never wants to cause trouble. He can just be a little thoughtless and impulsive. I know, he's very sweet, but that makes it more of a problem. If a stranger or some kid from a school was egging Irene on to behave badly, I think we can both agree that she'd do the right thing in the end. But if Cove Holden got into a reckless mood and wanted Irene to be a part of the ride, can we really be certain what call she would make then? Are you serious? Are you serial, Mom? Yeah, I think so. Irene helps Cove settle down. He would have gotten himself into even more trouble without her. You have a point.
Thanks.
Mom just laughed, and as she turned away, still snorting, her eyes met yours. She blinked in surprise and waved at you with the easy grin. Mom looked over and noticed you at the foot of the stairs as well. Oh, I didn't expect you to come down already, Irene. I just wanted to let you know what was happening. You called Mom out on her comment. Well, they technically weren't hiding it, so. Well, if I hadn't come down, I wouldn't have heard everything you said. Ooh, you got caught, Pam? What? You were saying things too. I didn't say anything I wouldn't have told to Irene directly. Oh, you're unbelievable. You shook your head at your parents, even as you fought a blush when you remembered what they'd just been discussing. Alright, you caught me. Sorry for being gossipy and saying that about your friend. I can be bad too.
Let's go.
We'll get out of your way now. Mom sighed in a mock defeat and made her way down the hall. Mom followed after her with a hushed giggle. Now you were alone in the living room, tasked for waiting for Cove. And it had been just fine with you, and that was just fine with you. If it hadn't been so hot outside, you would have visited him at his house a long time ago. You took a seat at the kitchen counter and settled in for the wait. As expected, there was a knock on the door a few minutes later. When you got up and answered, your neighbor was standing on the other side. He came in once you stepped aside to let him pass, giving a little wave. You greeted him as you typically did. With a wave, and just hold her a nuggie. A low five, a wave. No, we're hugging. We're hugging. Hugs are the best. He slipped in your arm and then relaxed a second later. One would think he'd be used to your hugs after all these years. Hey. His voice cracked as he struggled to say something. You didn't feel worried about that. It was how he usually reacted when you were close by. Joe sighed and wiped his face a bit. You noticed the sheen of sweat across his brow. He must be glad to be back in an air-conditioned place, even if he had to walk across the street to get here. So what's with the sudden visit? I don't want to do anything. Not when it's like this. You gesture vaguely to the humid air hanging around. I thought I could at least do nothing with you. I thought that was very sweet. How do you know I was doing nothing? Maybe I had plans. You know, that made sense to you. I was thinking the exact same thing. I thought that was really sweet. You grinned and he grinned back, and that was all there to it. Both of you were on the same page. Have you had lunch yet? I was gonna do it soon. He shook his head. I hadn't really felt like eating because of the heat. I probably should have lunch. I didn't have breakfast this morning. Yeah, I can get like that too. You should eat properly. You didn't eat at all? Then you gotta have something now. You urged Cove in the direction of the kitchen. He stumbled after you. Okay. As one, you headed into the kitchen. You crossed your arms and glanced around, wondering what you should scrounge up for a meal. I don't want to eat anything that's warmed up. Is there something cold or not cooked? Yeah. After a bit of back and forth, the two of you concluded that you should raid the fridge and cabinet in order to make sandwiches. With that settled, you plan to decide on the outside layers first. There was a wide variety to choose from, since everyone in your house had their own favorites. There was white wheat, sourdough, mixed grain, gluten-free breads, and pinta pockets? Pita pockets? I've never heard of that before. Pita pockets. Could you take the grain one for me? Sure. You reached for the mixed grains and then made your decision. Ooh. I'm gonna get white. You pull out the white bread too, setting both items in the counter. And then you have to decide what main direction the sandwich would go in. Sort of a savory style of sandwich. Something savory would make it feel like a real meal. For the specific ingredients you did, we're gonna do I don't know. Okay, we're gonna do like a sandwich. So we get cheddar, ham, turkey, lettuce, pickles. And then we have the condiments, mayonnaise, and that was everything. Now to yourself with a quiet hum satisfied. The two of you bustled around the kitchen, opening and closing things in order to collect everything you need for your individual sandwiches. You focus intently on assembling your own for the most part. When you were close to being done, you glanced over at your neighbor. Cove was putting his sandwich together delicately, his brow furrowed, his tongue sticking out just barely. There were open jars of peanut butter, honey near his plate, and as well as a banana peel. So he was making a peanut butter banana honey sandwich on mixed grain bread. Sounded great. Maybe you'd have one yourself a different time. Curiosity satisfied, you turn back to your plate and finished your own creation. By the time you were done, Cove had already cleaned up his workstation and turned to face you, studying your sandwich briefly. A small smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. You guess it didn't look inedible to him, at least. Done? Yeah. Cool. He waited as you quickly returned the ingredients and cleared a few utensils. Then the two of you collected your respective plates and you both agreed on heading upstairs to hang out in your room. You and Cove entered your bedroom while balancing your You and Cove entered your bedroom while balancing your food on the plates. Nothing fell, so it was a successful trip. Neat. Okay. Cove took a seat on the ground, stretching out on the hardwood floor in an attempt to keep a bit cooler. He immediately took a big bite of his sandwich, chewed, and then hummed happily. The sandwich is really good. At least that's something. At this point, you sat down and started on your own sandwich. You nodded. You were enjoying yours too. Obviously, you were a pro at making sandwiches. He leaned back on his hands while chewing and glanced around. His every movement was sluggish. Want to do something? It seemed like the plan of not doing anything at all had already worn thin, despite his lack of enthusiasm. Like what? Yeah, like what? Maybe. Let's see what he wants. Like what? He rolled his head back, looking up at the ceiling. What about Hangman? You laughed at the suggestion, but went along with it. Yeah, neither of you had much energy for something more. you something humored it. You thought it was a nice idea. Sure, why not? Sure, why not? You put your plate to the side and pulled out some markers and scrap paper. As you laid everything out on the floor, he scooted it back to make more room in front of you. Cove picked up one of the markers with his right hand, while keeping a half of sliced sandwich in his left. Can I pick the phrase? Okay, I want to guess first anyway. He smiled briefly before he bent over the paper and began sketching the hangman frame. Then he stopped. Pursing? Is that that's a word again. Pursing. Pursing his lips. Yeah, pursing his lips in thought. He tapped the end of his marker against his cheek. You watched Cove silently as you looked down the paper, up at your face, and then off to the side in a loop. His marker kept tapping his cheek the entire time. He raised the brow. He suggested he suggested the game and wanted to pick the phrase, but it looked like he didn't actually have anything in mind for it. Finally, he put the empty lines on the paper to signify the spots for the letters. Alright, you can start guessing. If you read over the paper, his secret phrase consisted of 3 words. The first 2 had 3 letters, and the last had 4. You thought about what your first guess would be. Enter 1 letter of the alphabet. You got one. After the first round, you were about to take another bite of your sandwich when a thought occurred to you. I wonder if anyone turned off the TV downstairs. TV. It was on earlier, but no one was really watching it. Then everyone started leaving the living room. I know I didn't turn it off. It might still be on downstairs with no one there. Cove smiled crookedly at that. Poor show. Playing with no one around to enjoy it. What was it? He squinted to the middle. He squinted off into the middle distance, trying to recall the show's name. I feel like it was some kind of crime-solving drama. Cove nodded sheepishly. His eyes closed and then opened again with some effort. Can you give any specifics? Maybe I can guess. Well, you rested your chin on your open palm. Groggily thinking as hard as you could. I remember there was a woman with long blonde hair, I think. She was the one solving crimes, like as a detective or something. There were scenes in a police station because someone got arrested. And lapsed into silence, so both of you thoughtful. Then Cove chuckled. It wasn't. Oh, hello? Oh, my phone's gonna die. Okay. Then Cove chuckled. It wasn't that funny, but you joined in the laughter anyway. I don't know what it is.
I don't know.
Me neither. I just saw it. Hey. Yeah, I already know the phrase. Another round came and went. Cove grumbled as he readjusted himself. His features twisted in a grimace. Ugh, I feel so sticky. Ugh. I'm gonna be stuck to this floor forever now. I'll have to charge you rent then. You can be my roomie if you want. Looks like we'll both be stuck here. I'm sticky too. No way, I'll pull you off if I have to. You can be my roomie if you want. He laughed slightly at your joking suggestion. That wouldn't be so bad. He couldn't help but smile too. Now that you thought about it, being roomies with Cove would be fun. Then you return to the game. Yep, that's right. Cub spoke up once more, catching your attention. He's peering down the piece of paper between you, his expression thoughtful. You know, Hangman's kind of a creepy game. Why did people come up with it? Why did they play it? Maybe it's because they had. Maybe it's what they had instead of real court trials back then. I was wondering about that. It's a really old game. No one's really sure where it came from. I'll have to look it up. Cub raised a skeptical brow. You sat back and laughed. And you sat back. You bit back a laugh. You bit back a laugh. If you got it right, then you were innocent, and they let you go. But if you got it wrong, they killed you. He shuddered at your eerie explanation before rejecting it outright. That's terrible and not real. You chuckled to yourself and went back to the creepy game. That's another one. At this point, Cove had finished his sandwich. Yours was almost gone too. But now you are getting thirsty. You brought it up to your neighbor. Should we go downstairs to get some drinks? I was thinking that too, but I don't really want to get up. Me either. You looked over at him, narrowing your eyes with false suspicion. But hey, what happened to you not being able to get up ever again because you were stuck to the floor? That's still true. I mean, that's still true. I mean, we're not actually going, are we? I only thought about it. You rolled your eyes and dropped the issue, defeated. Cove grinned a little at your disappointment over his victory. We're really close. Nope. I'm gonna start adding the little person. Yeah. You're definitely going to get it. You're cute. Well, you are cute. That was the phrase that Cove had spent so long setting up. And you stared at it. A few correct letters in, and you had a feeling you knew what the phrase was. Still, you felt butterflies in your stomach as seeing it. Clear as day on the paper. You took in the words for a moment longer. Then you looked up at Cove. He had trouble meeting your shocked gaze, a smile setting awkwardly on his lips. His next words left him in a mumble. It was all that I could think of at that time. You gave him a playful shove in disbelief. You fell backwards onto the floor from your sitting position. You wrapped your arms around him. I don't know. You stayed where you are, unable to move. Gosh, these two are so cute. Why? Why are they so cute? I'm safe. You know what? We're gonna go over the Kiara one. Okay. Kiara. Kyra. Keep calling her Kiara and then I call her Kyra. Both K names. Kyra. Heck. don't know with this one. You fell backwards onto the floor from your sitting position. If you were standing, you would have fallen over. When you were seated, you settled for uncrossing your legs and dropping backwards onto the floor instead. No, you're too cute. No, you're cute. Thank you. I can't believe you. Damn, girl. You just let out a squeak. I don't know. They're so cute. What? Okay, go back. Okay, you kind of just... You gave him a playful shove in disbelief. You leaned over, gave him a light shove, a puff of laughter leaving you. Ah, that's... Aw, okay. All of these options are really, really cute. God dang it. I don't know now. All of these are really cute. You wrapped your arms around him. It was an instinct. You leaned over, wrapped your arms around him in a hug. You didn't say anything. No, you're cute. You just let out a squeak. I can't believe you. Thank you. No, you're cute. Coase smiled a bit more. Clearly still feeling awkward about the mood. He turned away from you. He pulled and turned away from you. His cheeks tinted pink. A moment passed between the two of you. Now would be the perfect time to change the subject, but you didn't, and he didn't either. Things started to feel a bit more personal. All of a sudden. You looked into Ko's ocean eyes, and you saw yourself staring back. Did you mean it? Do you really think I'm cute? We're gonna get to the bottom of this. Sherlock Holmes. Ko didn't crack a smile or tell you he was joking. He kept... he kept just firmly... He just firmly kept his gaze. Dang! Yeah. They finally broke the eye contact. I heard at some point, you're supposed to start liking types of people, guys or girls or whatever.
I don't know.
I haven't really noticed that yet. Nothing's changed. Not in a big way. Not for everybody. Maybe I have to grow up more. But at least with... You waited, but he trailed off. He wasn't gonna keep talking. You pouted. You wanted him to finish his thought. At least one. You shook off the strangeness of the situation and tried to be supportive. Maybe you just don't like anybody. Or maybe you like all types of people. That's normal too. Ko seemed to appreciate that thought. If the smile that appeared on his face, appeared on his lips, was any indication. But the expression was quick to disappear. He peered over at you, looking nervous. Okay, what about you? What kind of guy or person do you like? He winced and seemed to be mentally kicking himself for saying it like that. You considered his question carefully. Did you know who or what you liked? You're starting to feel physical attraction in general ways. You started to feel physical attraction in specific cases and situations. You didn't really have physical interest in other people. You didn't think you could tell if you had an interest in anybody. There's only one person you'd ever had those kinds of feelings for. I mean, there's nothing wrong with people thinking people are hot or anything. I mean, if you think people are hot, then yeah, you just think people are hot. You're starting to have a physical attraction in general way. There's only one person you'd ever have romantic feelings for. Well, when it specifically came down to how you felt about boys, you found them attractive. You thought you'd be happy to be with a guy someday. You found them attractive. You thought you'd be happy to be with a girl someday. You found them attractive. You thought you'd be happy to be with a non-binary person someday. And when you returned your attention to Cove, he was waiting patiently for your response. You explained how you felt to Cove. He listened intently, taking in every word as you tried to convey how you felt. He definitely perked up a bit when you mentioned having some interest in romantic relationships. When he scratched the back of his head sheepishly. I'm not sure how we ended up talking about all this when we started out playing Hangman. But it was good, I think. I think so too. Cove chuckled a bit bashfully, and he glanced around the room, clearly scrambling for something else to say. So, have you written anything new recently? Oh yeah, I can't believe I almost forgot to tell you. The conversation took a lighter turn after that, and it felt like you had gotten closer that afternoon. Finally, the blazing sun began to set. To your relief, the air cooled down a bit as a result. You pulled yourself off the floor, as Cove did with some minor complaint. You both stretched your arms groaning and yawned into your hands. You glanced out your window briefly, taking in the soft reds and pinks, and purples actually, of the late afternoon sky. Somehow, you made it through the scorching hot day in one piece. Cove turned towards you, motioning towards your window with his chin. Wanna go outside? It might be better out there than it is in here now. Let's do it. I'm sick of being cooped up all day. The two of you took your time heading downstairs. You stopped briefly to grab a drink of water and then continued on your way. You stepped outside, one after the other, your destination being the familiar hills behind your house. This time of the day it was quiet outside. The flowers blew gently in the wind, petals trembling but stubbornly hanging in there. You felt the breeze cool your heated skin, and you relaxed your shoulders. Cove closed his eyes, releasing a deep breath. I really love it out here. You do? That's surprising. Your opinion sure has changed since you were first on this hill. Cove chuckled, not attempting to deny your words. A beat passed, but his gaze didn't stray from your own, his voice impossibly soft when he spoke again. I'm glad I met you, Irene. You're really important to me, you know? You're being too sweet. You're special to me, Code. That's so nice of you to say. I feel the same. Aw, so cute. I keep saying that. I'm gonna say that so much. You're special to me, Code. Your voice came out equally delicate from the way that his feature brightened, though you knew he heard you. And Code... The Code reached over and held your hand without another word. Okay. Don't remember them holding hands. Even as the sun disappeared completely, and the sky darkened, you and Cove remained side by side for as long as you possibly could. So cute. Okay, Familia. Are we doing Familia? Familia? Why is it so familiar? The sun warmed your skin from its place in the sky, and you closed your eyes, enjoying the mix of the heat and the pleasant breeze that drifted past you. You and Lee had spread out a blanket on top of one of the hills behind your house. It had been relaxing there for a while now. Lee had come over earlier in the day, and while a range of activities had been discussed, from staying home to heading down to the beach and a picnic on the hill had been the choice. A picnic on the hill had been the choice you both settled on. A small spread was laid out in front of you, some bottled water, soft drinks, as well as chips and sliced fruit. You sat up and reached for a snack, listening to Lee talk away about the musical she had gotten to see a few days ago. It was unbelievable. There was spinning, dancing, and crazy stunts. It was all done live in front of my face. Maybe one day we could go together. I've got to see more shows like that. I've got to see more shows like that. You smiled at Lee's enthusiasm, knowing how much she enjoyed singing and performing. And she was good at it too. You had gotten the chance to hear her sing a couple of tunes. Whew. And you knew she put a lot of effort into it. You liked to sing, but you weren't very good. You didn't like to sing, but you told you were good at it. Whether it was true or not, there were other things you preferred doing more. I wonder if maybe we could put on our own show? Think of how fun it'd be. We could perform for our parents and ask our friends or some other people to come and watch it too. It'd totally work. Yes, let's do it. Heck yeah. You had totally thought about doing something like that before, but never had the chance to. Lee clapped in excitement and bounced on the balls of her feet, beyond happy that you were on board with her idea. I'm gonna sing. What about you? I know singing isn't your thing. Okay. Ooh, I'll make the backdrop. Yes, that'll make it a real show. I'll paint something. Throw your painting kit back home. You could definitely use that to make something for the show. You just there'd be a large enough piece of paper or cardboard for a backdrop. Is there anything else coming out of your head? Oh, one more thing. Yeah, that made a real show. I'll draw something. One more thing. I'll write the song. Ooh, I hope it's something dramatic. No, how about fun? Fun is better. What about both? Lee's face lit up at the idea, and she gave you a broad smile. That sounds perfect. I think that'll make an amazing show. You got things pretty covered. The two of you ran back to your house to grab the supplies needed, dodging your mom's amused questions before heading back out to the blanket to get started. You made sure you had a notebook and pen down in case some inspiration hit. Lee and you discussed the plans in detail, setting on a song first, and then practicing out the parts for the show. The afternoon passed quickly, the sun dropping lower and lower in the sky. After having thoroughly worked out how the show was going to go, you decided to take a break. Oh, you know, we should have invited Cove to watch us practice for his show. He could tell us if it's bad before we put up the real thing. That's smart. I guess that would have been okay. That's smart. We should ask him to watch us later. Okay. Oop. It's too bad Derek isn't in the neighborhood today. I like him. Yeah, he's a good person. I knew you'd think so. But speaking of boys, what's the relationship status between you and Cove? Is it good? I think things are alright. I think things are alright. Alright is better than bad. But like, are you gonna be telling him you have a crush on him anytime soon or whatever? I'm pretty sure he already knows. You weren't sure if you want to tell Cove or not. No, well. I'll tell him soon. You weren't sure if you wanted to tell Cove or not. I'll tell him soon. I hope so. You know he's totally into you too. I guarantee it. He didn't say anything, wondering what the possibilities instead. The two of you talked a little bit more about Cove amongst other topics, and you found that it's nice having someone to speak about these sorts of things with. Finally, you decided to pack up everything and head back home for the evening. Lee talked excitedly about the show as you did, and you thought back on what you had already accomplished for it. You could definitely do with a little more practice, but what you had so far was a solid foundation for the performance. Upon walking through the front door, you were met by your moms and Elizabeth hovering around each other in the living room. Tension hung thick in the air as the three turned to look at you, Lee frowning slightly. You had interrupted something. Exactly what? You weren't sure. Wow, who died? What's going on? What's going on? You looked between the two of them and said nothing. Hello? What's going on? Your mom looked at each other, wondering which one of them was gonna speak first. Mom, cleared her throat and spoke. We were just having a talk with your sister. The room felt quiet again, with no one quite knowing what to say. He felt incredibly awkward, but the silence didn't last long. You don't have to stop just because those two are here. There's no reason to try keeping it a secret. Your mom, Elizabeth, was mad, with her arms folded defensively over her chest. Your mom nodded in agreement with her. Elizabeth was asking about her parents. Her biological ones. Oh, interesting. Okay, so we're gonna not... Didn't mean to do that. Her biological ones. The world seemed to the world spun around you at the news. You didn't understand, why was this happening now? When you glanced at Lee, she shuffled her feet uncomfortably, as though she didn't know if she as if she didn't know if she should be there or not anymore. You didn't know either. Your mom has always been open and honest about the fact that neither of them had given birth to you or your sister. But the details hadn't been fully explained before. It made sense that Elizabeth didn't know a lot about her biological parents and wanted to know more. You just hadn't ever thought you'd accidentally stumble into it. Elizabeth looked at your parents expectantly. She wasn't going to let the unintentional interruption derail things. We don't want to keep that information from either of you. It's your right to know your past. But we didn't want to wait until you asked us to hear... What? But we did want to wait until you asked us to hear yourselves. Well, it's happening now, so... Your mom shared a nervous glance, and Mom took a quick breath before speaking again. I adopted you from the Philippines when you were just a baby. Elizabeth dropped her arms, her eyebrows shooting upwards in surprise. Wait, I wasn't born here? No, you weren't. You could clearly see that your sister was appalled by this information. You struggled even more with what to do or how to react. Am I gonna have to pass some tests to even be a citizen? No, you were adopted into the country. We took care of things. You're already a citizen. You have nothing to worry about. I followed all the laws when it came to bringing a child to the U.S. Nothing can be held against you. Elizabeth sighed and placed palliated with the information, but still far from happy. Who are my parents? As people, why did they put me up for adoption in the first place? Mom slowly put her hands over Elizabeth's shoulder, trying to provide some support before she gave her the answer. I'm so sorry, sweetie. Your parents were reported to have died. They didn't go into details on the specifics of how, but you were an orphan. I wish we had better news for you, Elizabeth. Elizabeth was torn between her emotions. Her eyes filled with tears as she threw her hands in the air, settling on enraged. Great! So I can never meet them, even if I wanted to. Not that I could have anyway. Since they live in another part of the world where they were still alive. Since they live in another part of the world when they were still alive. Elizabeth turned her back on you and your moms and stormed off, sprinting up the stairs into her room before anyone could stop her. I have to go and talk to her. Mom immediately started to follow, but Mom gently held her by the arm and shook her head. We should give her a little space to process it all. Your mom's head hung low, but she stopped walking. With Elizabeth now gone, the two of them seemed to remember you and Lee were standing there awkwardly off to the side. I'm sorry you had to see all that. It's not how we expected it would have happened when the time came. But since it's the topic of the day, Irene, is there anything you would like to ask? You deserve to know, after all. Lee patted your back and gave you a supportive look. I want to know. Your parents both nodded in sync to your reply, ready to talk. I can leave if you wanna have things be private. No, I want you to be here. I can do that. Lee shifted a little closer to you in support, and you were glad to have her there with you. It made you feel a little stronger somehow. You turned to face your parents again, preparing yourself for what they were about to tell you. Mom was the first one to speak up, her voice quivering with emotion. You were adopted as a baby, but 2 years after Elizabeth. We used a different organization that time, and you were adopted within the US. We're sorry to tell you, Irene, your parents had also passed away. And no other family member took you in, if there was any. That's why we wanted to wait until you asked. We didn't want to suddenly drop that in your lap. We wanted you to be prepared. We're sorry, Irene. Lee gave you a reassuring squeeze on the arm to show that she was there for you. Thank you for telling me. It's not your fault. You didn't kill them, right? It's not your fault. You didn't kill them, right? You're trying to lighten your mood, but your moms didn't seem any less grim. Thank you for listening, Irene. If there's anything else you want to know, all you have to do is ask. We do our best to answer any questions you have. How are you feeling now?
Okay.
Are you gonna be okay? They watched you closely, as though judging how exactly she should react to what's going on. I feel fine. You broke into the most convincing tone you could. Your moms gave you a sad smile, and you weren't too sure they believed you. No one seemed to have any words after that. I need to see him. He makes me feel better. There. Need to see Cove. More than anything in that moment, you wanted to see Cove. No one could be there for you the way he could. I'm gonna go out. Just for a little while. I'll be back before it's really late. Your mom's nodded in understanding, trusting you to make the best call for yourself. Lee's footstep echoed from behind, and you knew she was following you. Oh.
Oh.
Oh, okay. I'll wait for you here, but I really hope you'll be alright, Irene. Once outside, you strode across the street purposely, Cove's house set in your sight. After you raised a hand to knock, Mr. Holden took a few moments for Mr. Holden to answer it, giving you a broad smile. Hi, Irene. Looking for Cove, I bet? Yeah, that's right. Cliff hurried and whistled down the hall in the direction of Cove's room. Hey, sport, you have a guest! After calling his son, he turned back to you and dipped his head. He'll be here any second.
No worries.
As promised, it didn't take long before footsteps echoed down the hall and Cove's head of green hair appeared before you in awe. He looked past his dad to see you standing there and smiled, pleased at your visit. Hey, Irene. Hi, Cove. Can you hang out now? He gave you a placid smile, one you were all too familiar with. Sure. You kids take care, alright? I'll be around if you need anything. Mr. Holden shuffled back to the house and closed the front door, giving you some privacy. Cove tilted his head at you, his bang falling onto his face as he did so. What's up?
So,
Oof. Okay. Yikes. Alright, so how is this gonna go down? Okay. Yike, Rudy. I need to talk to you. My parents are dead. Yikes. I need to talk to you. Cove's forehead frowned with concern in your world. Well, I'm here, you can tell me. My mom and dad who gave birth to me, they're dead. Without having to say anything else, Cove reached out and pulled you into a tight embrace, his familiar warmth enveloping you. I'm sorry, Irene. His words were whispered comfortingly into your shoulder. Yikes. It's okay. Let it out, honey. You don't have to hide your emotions, especially from Cove. So, she's gonna cry. You're gonna cry. It's okay. Oh, it's sweet. Try not to cry. Try not to cry, Talent. He pressed your face into the crook of his neck, unable to stop the tears, and the hold he had on you tightened. Can we talk somewhere else? You felt uncomfortable huddling around the entrance of Cove's house. That feeling didn't seem to be a problem, though. Yeah. Cove took you by the arm and encouraged you along behind him. You followed without protest. You headed towards the hill where you and Lee had spent the majority of the day. Things seemed so different then. Only a couple of hours ago, you wondered how everything had changed so drastically. You took a seat in the grass-side Cove, who bent his legs and rested his arms on them before he turned to you again. Can you explain everything to me? You nodded softly before taking in a heavy breath and launching into the story. Cove sat there quietly and listened attentively, nodding every now and then, or taking in a sharp inhale. It took a long time for you to relay the details. Dozens of stars Dozens of stars were pinpointed in the sky as the night wore on. Silence settled between you and Cove as you sat there quietly for a moment, contemplating everything you had just said. When he finally spoke, his voice was quiet, drifting through the night towards you.
Irene. I'm so sorry.
I'm really sorry about what happened to your parents. So sorry. He stopped and suddenly took in a deep breath, a deep, shaky breath. As you got the impression he was struggling with what was right to say. I'm sad I'll never get to know them. I feel bad that I don't feel worse about it. I never knew them at all. They're strangers, even if they did have me. Irene, you're not doing anything wrong. You know that, right? I think you can be as sad as you want, for as long as you need. Or you can feel okay about it whenever you want to, too. He sighed and ran a hand through his hair as he looked out over the ocean. I guess what I'm trying to say is, whatever you feel about it is how you feel about it. You don't have to force yourself to be different. He cried in relief. He nodded. Thank you, Cove. I gotta be vulnerable. We're vulnerable now. You cried in relief. His words made a lot of sense. You knew that despite everything you were going through, you'd be okay. Even as the tears slowly rolled down your face, that thought comforted you. Cove smiled at you a little, and you could tell he was trying to be comforting. And your mom's definitely don't. It doesn't matter if you're not blood related, you're definitely family. I can see that, and I hope you can too. You felt the reassurance in his eyes. You stayed up on the hill together a little longer, looking out over the ocean and the stars that shone brightly above it. After talking about the situation with someone who wasn't directly a part of it, you started to see things in a different light. Above all, you were glad to have Cove's support and to know you could count on him if you needed it. Hey. The sudden voice of your sister behind you made you jump. You saw her standing a little away. She walked closer, and you didn't quite know what to do or what she was planning on saying.
So?
Would you mind going? I just want to talk to Irene. You can come back. It's not gonna be forever or anything. Cove seemed equal parts concerned and skeptical. Leaving now wasn't a concept that thrilled him. You nodded your head in agreement. If she wanted to talk to you in private, it was obviously about something important. You waited until the two of you were alone before fixing with her an inquisitive look. Elizabeth folded her arms, looking you over. Did Mom tell you about your parents too? Elizabeth broke eye contact after that. Sorry.
Sorry.
Why did you want to talk to me? Elizabeth raised an eyebrow at the question, eyebrow at the question, as though the answer could be obvious. I was worried about you. I was the one who brought it up, but I made you deal with whatever was left when I was gone. She sighed, glancing upwards for a moment, before settling on you once more. I wanted to ask you what happened without everyone breathing down our necks. Thank you for thinking of me. She stuck her nose up a little at that. Her smile was soft. I'm okay, Elizabeth. It didn't upset me. How are you allowed to be that mature? The lightning spirits in her were quickly gone as she slipped back into a scowl. You have to be born in the US to become president. What? You had never heard of that. You never heard of that dream of hers before, and she noticed your bafflement and continued. I get that I was never going to be president, but it just feels weird having stuff taken away without even getting a chance at it. I don't like having to know that when I was born, I was gonna have a completely different life. So different that I can't even think about what it looked like in my head. I could have spoken another language, lived far away from here. I've ever lived far away from everything I've ever seen here. Had someone else is my sibling. And then my parents died and I was adopted. And the life I got became a totally new thing forever. I can't go back to what it was even if I wanted to. Having to settle between you and the person who became your sister. You knew exactly how she felt. It was a confusing feeling to have lived one way for as long as you can remember, but not having it be what was originally yours. Elizabeth watched you seriously. She was still trying to make sense of this to you and herself. I don't know why today was the day. Nothing came up to make me ask the question. It was just something I've had in my head for a while. When it was just me and Mom's in the living room, I kind of said it. Finally, and there you go. There you go. She shifted from one foot to another, relaxing her stance just a bit, and spoke more gently. Learning about them and what happened doesn't change how I feel about our family, Irene. She smirked, fixing you with sharp eyes. I already figured out a long time ago that moms weren't our biological parents. That wasn't news. Kept listening to Elizabeth. And nothing about the family I was born in would have made me decide that this wasn't my family anymore. If you had hoped you'd be free of my big sisterly status, don't think you're so lucky. She bumped her shoulder against yours playfully, her lips tilted at the corners. You'll always be my little sister. You hugged her. It took a few seconds, but she gave you a quick squeeze in return. You'll always be my family too. Chuckling, she seemed pleased with how the conversation had gone in the end. Ready to head back home? It's been a long day. He gave her a nod. Come on, you two. Let's go. You walked home together in a comfortable silence down the well-worn street. The familiarity of it all felt nice. When you stepped through the door, you found your moms quietly sitting together at the kitchen table. Their heads snapped up when they got to their feet to meet you. Mom giving you a careful smile. We're so glad to see you. Everything is alright. Sorry for walking away before. That's alright, sweetheart. You were just happy to have you here again. The mom came over and wrapped her arms around you and Elizabeth, giving you a tight hug. It didn't take long for Mom to join in, putting her arms around the both of you. We really couldn't have asked for better, kiddos. We love you. More than we could ever say. Moms. You're smooshing me. You were so glad your moms were alright. I love you too. You let them hug you for as long as they needed, and it was a nice moment shared between you. When they pulled back and eventually grinned at the two of you, you knew that all of you had each other, and you always will. Hey, I hope you're alright. Lee came towards you, a soft smile plastered on her face. And are you okay, Elizabeth? Elizabeth rolled her eyes and huffed a breath. You knew she wasn't used to showing her vulnerable side. I'm doing fine. Lee nodded. You can tell that she didn't quite believe her. Well now, since we're all here, how about we do something together as a family? That sounds like an excellent idea. We should have some fun before the night is over. I love the sound of that. Okay. Go looked a little bashful, likely for being included as part of the family, but he tried not to pay too much attention to it. Why not? You hid the smile that threatened to tilt your lips, knowing that Elizabeth must have been in a good mood if she hadn't teased Code for being part of it. No matter what she could have said about it, you wanted him to be there. He was someone who was really important to you. Who's got a suggestion? It should be something we can do here in the house, with everyone in the same room. You suddenly remember the show you and Lee had been working on earlier. A show? This is the first time we're hearing of this. I'm intrigued. It would be amazing if you put it on for us to watch. Oh yeah, I need to see what you've cooked up. That'd be cool. You smiled at Lee, who returned the gesture while bouncing on her heels in excitement. Take some seats and we'll get everything together. Your moms collected chairs around the dining room table and set them in a row in the living room. There was enough space for the show. While they did that, you and Lee quickly gathered the supplies you needed and rehearsed one last time. You went through the song you had written one last time. The backdrop you had prepared earlier was also ready to go. Now that it was needed. When the two of you returned to the living room, everyone was sitting and chatting amongst themselves while they waited. The group quieted down, and you and Lee stood in front of them on your makeshift stage. Lee was buzzing quietly with excitement beside you. You're pumped for the show. The time you and Lee had put into practicing was worth it. You were ready to go. Okay, so welcome to our show. We only came up with it today, but we'll promise it'll be good. No refunds. You're gonna be really impressed. Thank you for being here tonight. Your moms gave you a thumbs up and encouragement, ready for the performance. When you nodded at Lee that you were ready to begin, Then you nodded at Lee that you were ready to begin. Lee took in a deep breath, waiting the few beats it took to get into the song and started singing. It made you proud to have the lyrics that you had written sung like this. When the performance was over, Lee took your hand in hers, and the two of you bowed deeply together. Everyone gave you a round of applause and cheered for an encore. When you straightened yourself up, you were happy to see that even Elizabeth was clapping for you. Bravo! Bravo! You were so talented. Your family arose from their seats and came over to congratulate you more directly, and you were beaming from ear to ear. Cove was the first one to approach, stepping up to you and leaning with a smile on his face. Nice job.
It's nice.
Thank you. Hey, were you the one who wrote that song? Yeah, that was me. Cove smiled, content over his guess being correct. I thought so. It was so good. You couldn't help but feel flattered that he would recognize your talent so easily. Your parents gushed about how great everything was and thanked you for sharing it with them. Elizabeth was complimentary in her own way. Although she did describe how the show was cute, which you knew she meant kind of kitty. You laughed it off. However, you were just happy that everyone had a nice time. In that moment, you couldn't have been more pleased to be a part of the family you had. Okay. Alrighty. Oh boy. I've only done 3. I've only done 3. Okay. Alright, only done 3. Only done 3. And I still have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 more to go. Okay, this is gonna be a long episode. Alright, it's gonna be a long one. Okay. Oh. What did I just do? Okay. This one. Sunlight shone through the windows as you sat in your living room, your home phone pressed to your ear. Cove was on the other end. It had been shaping up to be an ordinary day like any other, until Cove had called unexpectedly. He sounded unusually nervous greeting you. You listened silently as he kept talking, his words stilted. I can tell that I haven't done this in a while. So, I was just wondering, do you want to come over to my house for dinner tonight? The question came out strangely, almost like he had rehearsed it a few times beforehand. Your eyes widened a little. You hadn't expected this to be the reason behind the call. You kept listening. Cove continues. His next words sounded rehearsed too, and a tinge of nervousness. My mom and dad, they really want you to be there. If your parents don't have a problem with it, they asked me to ask you. You took a moment to think. Dinner at home would be quiet and uneventful today. If you really wanted to, you could go to Cove's instead. Cove spoke up again, breaking through your train of thought. His voice was softer than before. Also, I also want you to be there too. Can you come over? I mean, yeah, I can come. I'll have to ask my mom and get back to you. Yeah. Thanks, Irene. I'll let them know when I can. He sounded so noticeably relieved by your response. Was you coming over for a dinner dinner today? That serious? He spoke to you for a little longer to explain what time to come over and other details, then hung up. And that was that, for now anyway. Soon enough, the sun dipped out of the sky and evening came. It's time for you to head over to Cove's house. After letting Elizabeth know you were leaving, she didn't look away from the TV. She just grunted, and you made the small journey across the street. You knocked a couple of times on the heavy door to their condo. As you waited for an answer, you found yourself contemplating being a guest while both Cobe's parents were there. You were apprehensive. The idea made you curious. You didn't think it'd be especially interesting. You couldn't say you were thrilled. It was exciting. You were apprehensive. It made you curious. You wonder why they had decided to invite you out of the blue. Maybe you find out later tonight. You didn't get too much time to think with your thoughts, though. The door opened soon enough. Cove's mom, Kyra, stood there in the frame, smiling warmly at you. Hey, Irene. Welcome. Come in, please. She opened the door wider and moved to make room. You stepped inside, allowing her to shut it behind you. Thanks so much for coming over. I know it was kind of last second. Thank you for having me. Of course, just make yourself at home. It's not my home, but I've been given permission to say that. Hey Irene, welcome to our humble abode. You jerked your head towards the sound of Mr. Holden's voice. He waved at you briefly from the kitchen, with his back turned with a large spoon in hand. I hope you're hungry, cause I'm whipping up a lot of tasty stuff. True to his word, you heard something sizzling on the stove. You closed your eyes and inhaled. It smelled spicy and savory. With Mr. Holden busy and Cove nowhere to be seen, it was just you and Kyra. She gave you a weary smile. He sure is. While I've been barred from cooking the entire time I'm staying here. Can you believe that? She nudged you with an elbow. Mr. Holden scoffed good-naturedly, then spoke up over his shoulder. You're on vacation, Kyra. You need to accept that already. She yelled back, amusement obvious on her face and her voice. People still cook when they're on vacation. Everyone's gotta eat. Everyone's gotta eat. Blech. It's not like I'm some celebrity who can go out for a meal or hire a private chef. Well, in this house, you're a VIP. Kyra smiled and shook her head quietly. Then she turned to face you once more. Sorry about that, Irene. Here I was, trying to strike up a conversation with you, and Cliff just had to butt in. I don't butt in. She eyed him, chuckling in disbelief. He wasn't exactly disproving her point with that. Kyra leaned over to whisper to you. It's okay. He likes to be included. But since Clifford insisted on cooking all by himself, he'll have to wait. Just the two of us can chat. Her next question continued to be said in hushed tone, just to be safe. So, how are you doing? I'm doing good. I'm doing good. That's what I like to hear. She opened her mouth to say something more, but some lightly pounding footsteps caught your attention. You check to see Cove emerge from the hall. A few moments later, he might have heard all the commotion and left his room to see what was going on. He quickly took stock of the situation. His cheeks tinted pink at the sight of you standing in his living room, and his hand came up to rub his arm almost bashfully. Irene, you made it. Thanks for coming. Cove's voice was unnaturally loud, as if you thought you wouldn't be able to hear him from where you were, only a few feet away. Hey, weirdo. Cove frowned at your playful greeting. Weirdo? Yeah, 'cause you're being all weird. He huffed, but he didn't deny it, which meant that he knew he was acting off too. It was only when you glanced away from Cove that you spotted his parents watching the two of you interact. Cove noticed their stares too, meeting them with narrowed eyes. Are we having dinner now? Not yet, bud. I'm still cooking. Alright. I'm gonna go back to my room. As he turned to leave, he bent his head to the side to face you. You coming? The question was quiet, but you heard it clearly. You smiled, pleased that he asked, and nodded with the affirmative. Cove turned fully and made his way down the hall. Have fun, you two. We'll call you when the food's ready to go. With that, you followed after Cove. The two of you made your way down the hall. Going over to Cove's room was a standard occurrence for you nowadays. Cove got to the door first, opening it and stepped inside. You joined him. There was a mat on the floor in front of the door. As he stepped over the threshold to his room, you felt the crunch of sand beneath your feet. The sensation was nothing new to you, of course. Cove constantly came back to his room covered in sand, not bothering to clean himself off at the front door, and got it all over his personal space. That's just how he was. A little bit of a mess. You haven't had Mr. Holden scold him for it, not like your moms would have if you'd done it. You can sit anywhere you want. Cove himself took a seat on the edge of his large bed, looking like the picture of comfort, and let you decide. You didn't sit anywhere. You sat down in the chair. We're sitting next to him. As soon as you sat next to him, Cove grew tense. His back went stiff and he ducked his head away. He tried to hide a trembling smile. Oh my god. He said it under his breath. As if he didn't want you to hear, but you obviously did, and easily, since you were right beside him. You smiled comfortingly at him. He raised his eyebrows, and you kept noticing each other's every move. You're like an open book, you know that? You're such a sweet. You're adorable. We're gonna compliment him. He's adorable, so we're gonna call him adorable. What? You unclearly expected the compliment. Somehow his flush grew worse, spreading the way down his neck as he fumbled for words. He gripped the blanket underneath him and searched for something more to say. Did you see my fish? I got some in a tank right there. He threw both his hands in front of him to direct your eyes towards the bed. He was trying pretty poorly to change the topic. That much was clear. You decided to show him mercy and allow it. You started to watch the bright colored fish. There were a bunch of them floating to and fro in open space. They stood out starkly against the green aquamarine plants. How long have you had those fish? My dad bought them for me not very long ago after I moved here. I guess it's been years now. Wow, that's a long time. He peered carefully into the tank. The fish looked to be doing well. He must take good care of them. Most of them were small, but there was one especially big one. What's their names? I don't name them. Well, not really. He lifted an eyebrow at that. He continued the explanation sheepishly. Mostly, I just call them things based on what they look like. Squirt for a small one, tangerine for the really orange one, that sort of thing. I've had a lot of fish, and I'm not that good at coming up with names. You found that funny. You found that relatable. Who knew that was a weakness of his? It was an entertaining revelation. Oh, a couple of them have other types of names. He pointed to the small orange reddish fish. It was minding its own business away from the others. My dad named her Dreamcatcher, and that one's Mark. Mom came up with that one. Cove smiled to himself, his eyes reflecting in the glow of the tank. You let other people name your fish? Yeah, it's nice.
It's nice.
And he turned to you, tilting his head to the side. There was a considering look on his face. Do you want to name one? Can I? Your smile grew a little at your interest. Sure. There's a few that don't have names right now. The newer ones. You can pick which one you want to name. He pointed each of the recent acquisitions out to you. First was the smallest fish in the tank. It was completely orange and zipped all over the place, running laps around the others. The second was slightly bigger and red. Its tail was dotted with black spots, almost resembled freckles. The last fish was the biggest one. It had its multicolored scales rippled through the bright light of the tank as it slowly made its way across the vast expanse. You went with the biggest fish. Cole only nodded with your answer, waiting on you to decide a suitable name. You watched the fish as you chose closely as you did a name. A name eventually came to you. Frank, Sunbeam, Gil, Irene. Cove laughed unreservedly at your choice. It was affectionate rather than insulting. What? You can't name it after yourself. Why not? Because I'm not gonna call my fish that. You said I could pick it. Cove shook his head with a bent smile. I'll call them Junior then. You can still call them Irene. Biggest fish. Oh. Sunbeam. Right, Sunbeam. Interesting. Sunbeam. As his attention moved from you to the tank, He peered fondly at its inhabitants. He smiled proudly at Sunbeam as it swam through the tendrils of the plants and disappearing and then reappearing soon after. He knows that Cove was sitting closer to you than he was before. He must have scooted over at some point during the conversation. This close, your shoulders were almost brushing against each other. Your heartbeat picked up a little at the realization. You know, I'm not allowed to have pets in my house. Not even fish. The corners of Cove's lips turned down at that. That doesn't sound fair. It's not like fish would make a mess of your house or anything. You just gotta take care of the tank and feed them, and they'll be okay. I get it. They don't want to worry about more lives than the two they're already raising. That's what they say about it. I never thought about it like that before. Your current conversation brought to mind a memory from years ago. You launched into it without any warning, earning you a brief confused look from Cove. One time, Elizabeth came back from playing at the beach and shut herself in her room. She only came down for food, and then she ran back upstairs straight after. It was kind of weird. My mom didn't think much of it at first though. But then at night, Mom went to her room to say goodnight and started screaming. Mom and I ran over to see what happened. Lizzie had this huge lizard in her arms. Cove's eyes rose at that and leaned forward with interest. A lizard?
Really?
Where'd that come from? Elizabeth said she saw it half buried in the sand and didn't know what it was. Then she pulled it out and got the answer, so she brought it home. She hid the lizard in her room for most of the day because she wanted to keep it. Mom and Mom were not happy. They worried about putting it out during the night. But she was gonna have to let it go in the morning. Lizzie was really upset. She did bring it back to the beach eventually, but she wouldn't talk to anyone for days. And when she did get over it, it was almost like it never happened. You laughed thinking back to that time. Lizzie always had been stubborn. When she was younger, she forgot grudges quickly. Now it wasn't so easy. Cove had been quiet for most of the story, apart from the reveal of the lizard. He had a thoughtful look in his face. I can't even imagine what it'd be like to have a sibling. You gave a serious thought to that statement before you told him. It's ups and downs. It's a nice idea in general, but my sister's Elizabeth. There are ups and downs. It's fun to have her there when she wants to be there, but now Elizabeth barely feels like hanging out with me. Cove pursed something. This word always shows up. His lips at the words, considering them quietly for a while. That's interesting. I think your family's cool. He didn't have much else to say, though while on the topic of your family, you considered your relationship with your moms too. They're absolutely the best. You couldn't even consider having another opinion. You couldn't have better parents. A thought stuck your attention and slowly settled back on Cove. Yeah, my moms might not let Elizabeth or me have pets and stuff, but at least they never tried At least I never tried to pay someone to be my friend. You grinned over at Cove. It had been years since he found out about your first meeting with his dad. It was easy to joke about these days. Cove Cove tossed his head back in an overly dramatic way, sighing heavily. I almost forgot about that. Really? No, not really. I'll never be able to forget that actually happened for the rest of my life. It's gonna humiliate me forever. I took one look at your remorseful face and waved off your apology with a hand. It's okay. I mean, it's not, but I'm not sad about it anymore. I'm just really embarrassed. Time passed and you didn't really notice. The two of you were busy making plans for the rest of the summer and chatting about your perspective days. Eventually you heard a muffled holler from a different part of the house, and you and Cove raised your heads in unison. It's time for dinner. Cove watched the firmly shut door. He had been locked behind for most of the night, but he didn't make a move to get up from the bed. You could see in his face, so you didn't know. You couldn't see his face, so you didn't know what expression he was wearing. I'm glad you came. He peeked back at you from the side. It's been awkward. Really? I couldn't tell. You're being sarcastic, of course. It was obvious that he felt weird around his parents, generally and especially lately. Cove said nothing and sat where he was. Now would be a good time as any to ask him why his parents suddenly wanted you to come over. Is there a reason they wanted me to come over? It hasn't been awkward for just me. Sometimes it gets like this when no one else is around. But now that you're here, now that you're here. Huh, you hadn't considered that. But it sorta made sense in a way. There was another shout from outside, too muffled to actually know the words, but you can imagine what they were. Let's go. Cove finally got up, lumbering away. Lumbering away with his shoulders sagged. You followed after him. Together, the two of you made your way back to the living room. As you expected, Cove's parents were politely waiting for you at the kitchen table. Beside the windows overlooking the back of the house, food had been prepared and set. Mr. Holden beamed as you and Cove took your places. I hope everyone's hungry. I cooked up a feast.
Yeah.
I know I am. Yeah. Cove's muffled response wasn't nearly as upbeat as theirs. His parents didn't notice, or they pretended not to. Mr. Holden instead looked at you grinning. Let's all just take a moment to thank our special guest for being with us here tonight. I'm so glad you were able to make it, Irene. And on such short notice, too. You thanked Cove's parents back for inviting you. Thanks for dinner. Thanks for having me over.
All right.
Well, that's it. Everyone, please dig in. You can help yourselves to the food. Upon his encouragement, you looked over the meal spread out in front of you. There was a large garden salad in the center, surrounded by a variety of Mexican dishes. There were a lot of sides and optional sauces to add. You were very happy about these options. You loved Mexican food, and there were so many dishes to choose from. You were practically drooling. Utensils and plates scraped and clinked together as the group began filling their plates. Cliff, could you pass the salsa verde? Could you pass the salsa verde? Of course. Thank you.
Thanks.
Let me just say you really outdid yourself tonight. I'm so jealous. Jealous of what? Your cooking is nothing to sneeze at, Kyra. Ghost parents made small talk, filling the silence with what seemed to be barely any effort. You joined right in without a thought. I didn't know you could cook. You didn't?
Huh?
Who do you think has been feeding me and Cove all this time? I don't know. Maybe you guys get takeout and stuff? You could afford it, I think. Mr. Holden spluttered, acting grossly offended, but he was grinning good-naturedly. Takeout? If we ate that for breakfast, lunch, and dinner, we wouldn't have made it this long. Cove's mom leaned towards you, her eyes twinkling merrily. I know it might seem like Cliff is a big goof, but he's got some skills. Hey, now that sounds like less of a compliment and more of an insult. If that's how you want to take it, I can't stop you, can I? Such disrespect, and in my own home. Sorry, my friend. Everything looks great, Dad, as always. Thanks, sport. I'm glad you think so. Cove smiled. It was genuine, even if it was strained at the corners. Brief silences interspersed the small talk. You piled some food on your plate, waiting your turn to see if somebody was serving themselves a dish that you had your eye on. Once the food had been divided and things settled down, Cole's parents started talking again. Now then, you sat up in your seat and you noticed they were both looking at you. How's everything been over at your house? Are your moms well? Are you've been keeping busy this summer? Or maybe you're just trying to take it easy during the break? You're more than happy to answer. Cole's parents seemed honestly interested to hear from you, and you were kind of flattered by the attention. You answered how things were at your house. It's been good. Oh, that's great.
Fantastic.
You told them how your moms were doing. Same as always. Moms are great. My moms are great. They took us out for dessert a couple of weeks ago since her project went really well. Is that so? I'll have to congratulate her when I see her. You mentioned things you've done this summer. You should know since what I've been up to. You should know what I've been up to since so much of it has included your family. Mr. Holden laughed aloud and short. You caught him off guard with that. Fair point. And that was that for your question answering. Kyra nodded along. You could tell she was actually listening to the words you were saying. She was trying to include you, not... She was trying to include you, not humor you. Did you know Cliff, Irene is really into writing? Mr. Holden's face lit up when he stopped eating so he could lean forward, his arm braced against the table. Oh, that's right. Very cool. Oh, it's just a hobby. I'm pretty serious about it. It's just a hobby. There's nothing wrong with that. It's good to do things just for fun. Everybody needs a hobby. I've been thinking of picking up wood carving myself. You can tell how serious he was about that declaration. Thanks. Cove's parents definitely were the encouraging type, but you could already tell that much about them. There was a lull in the conversation, and everyone was focused their attention on their respective plates. You noted not for the first time that Cove's parents were the ones guiding the conversation. You wondered if you should break the silence this time. You brought up your own topic of conversation. I also like other things. Would you like to tell us more? Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
They looked genuinely eager for you to keep talking, so you did. The rest of the dinner continued like this, a light conversation as you ate your meal. Eventually, all the dishes on the table were pretty much gone. Kara set her fork down and rested her arms at her side, letting out a loose, satisfied sigh. Her plate was completely empty.
Thanks.
That was delish. Thank you for your culinary creations, Cliff. Mr. Holden was like a flower soaking up the rays of sun. He beamed, flattered by the praise. You ate till you were satisfied. It had taken you some time to finish it all, but eventually you cleared your plate. Cove was successful, keeping his presence to a minimum for the full meal. He was slumped over even now, toying with the silverware. His parents practically only talked to you. Most attempts to entice him to join the conversation failed. It wasn't typical of him to say so little. At least he at least tried to participate. You didn't get much time to contemplate Cove's situation before your attention was taken by Mr. Holden, pointedly clearing his voice. Not to sound like a broken record, but thanks for coming, Irene. I'm glad we finally got the chance to have you over for a real dinner. What? Did I hear this right? Is this the first time Irene has had dinner here? Why in the world haven't you invited her over sooner? Cove was always the one going over to Irene's house until now. I mean, how was I supposed to reject the generous offers of the Jacqueline family to host my kid? Kara shook her head with the amused smile. The amused smile was sporting told you that she wasn't actually mad. This guy, honestly. The three of you looked at Cove in unison. His small sound being more than enough to get the focus on him after his silence. By now he had stopped fiddling with his fork.
I mean...
Would it be alright for Irene to stay over? Like, just for the night? He shot you a shy glance, then smiling a little. If you're cool with that. Mr. Holden's shoulders stiffened. He sat up straighter, his eyes darting back and forth between you and Cove. His mouth open, but not a peep came out. You had never seen Cove's dad say no to him before, but this was different than the usual request. It wasn't so simple, and Mr. Holden was lost. Cove's mom reached out and took hold of his shirt collar. She pulled him closer. She glanced at you before leaning in and bringing a hand up in front of their faces. The two adults whispered seriously to each other. Cove's eyes opened wider. He leaned forward as if that would help him overhear his parents' conversation. Mr. Holden kept gesturing with his hands while Kyra made sure he didn't get too far away with his movements. Every now and then the both of them would watch you and Cove out of the corner of their eye. It didn't seem like they were fighting for you. It looks more like some tiny sports team having a private huddle. After a bit, they broke the group up. They moved back to sit properly on the chairs. You snuck a look at Cove and then at them expectantly. You were eager to hear their verdict too. We, Kyra and I, think that should be fine, but... He lifted a finger dramatically, his brows raising as he met Cove's gaze and then your own. We'll have to talk with Irene's parents to make sure they'd be comfortable with that. If they are, we can arrange for a sleepover to happen on a different night when everyone's more prepared. If Irene's folks don't like the idea, there's nothing we can do. He finished the mini speech with a wide shrug, using his full arms. He also checked out Kyra from the corner of his eyes and gave her a crooked smile. She nodded approvingly and then grinned back. You thought you saw her give him a thumbs up, but the hand was partially blocked by the table. They looked so pleased with themselves over the answer, but they just passed the actual decision on whether it was alright or not just to someone else, namely your parents. If this was a sports game, they would have punted the ball away. Cove hung his head, deflated. He had been hoping you could stay over today, not some hypothetical time in the future. I'll sneak the phone into my room. I'll go to the distance. It may or may not end up being possible, but it's worth trying. And with that, dinner finally came to a close. Mr. Holden stood up from the table and began collecting empty plates. Cove was asked to help out, which he did with little fuss. Kyra tried to lend a hand as well. However, Mr. Holden didn't let her. It seemed she was barred from banned. Just say banned. It seems that she was banned from cleaning as well as cooking. You aren't allowed to chip in either, since you were there as the declared guest of honor. Although the meal was over, the night wasn't. It looked like you weren't going home just yet, after all. You were asked to wait on the couch. While Cove and his dad were cleaning up the mess, Kyra disappeared in the hall after shooting you a wink. It was strange sitting by yourself while everyone else had something to do. Luckily, you weren't alone for too long. After after a couple minutes, Cove's mom returned with a deck of cards in hand. She strolled into the room confidently while shuffling. Who's up for a few rounds? Cove and Estelle looked over their shoulders at the question, and they were mutually intrigued by the cards in their hands. She beamed at their expressions and stepped further into the living room, ignoring the couches, and sat cross-legged on the floor by the coffee table. She turned to you and gestured at the space beside her, smiling invitingly. You accepted and followed her lead. The living room carpet was soft, though the hardwood floor beneath it definitely still could be felt. Kyra did an overhaul shuffle while she waited for the others to finish their tasks. The smile had yet to leave her lips. This is going to be good. You were excited. You were nervous. We were excited. You enjoyed card games, and it'd be fun to play with Cove and his parents. It didn't take much longer for Cove and his dad to wrap up things enough to call it good. Cove's dad appeared first, followed closely by Cove. Mr. Holden rubbed his hands together in anticipation. Alright, I'm ready. She took a seat across from you on the floor and noticed that Cove hadn't joined them. He went straight down the hall instead, without even a word. You stared confused as he disappeared through his bedroom door. Cove's parents didn't look concerned at the stunt. Kyra nonchalantly split the deck of cards into two and riffled. I'm just gonna say shuffled the halves together while offering an explanation of the sorts. Cove doesn't have his wallet with him when he's at home. He puts it away. What? Cove quickly returned to the living room, a black wallet in his hand. He took a place at the foot of the table with with the rest of you. You blinked as Cove unzipped his wallet. You guys use real money? Even if you're only playing card games with each other? You sat there, hands idle in your lap, as the three shot looks at one each other and size each other up. That's right. $5 per round. $5 per round per person. Winner takes all. God dang. Freaking gamblers. Alright, give me your money. This is a stick up. I'm gonna take all your money. Go big or go home. Oh? You planning on kicking Irene to the curb? Or do you intend on donating to the guest of honor's pot, Mr. High Roller? Mr. Holden narrowed his eyes and leaned back against the other side of the couch, completely at ease. If Irene wants to play, I'll fund her way in. Don't you worry about that. He rested an arm across the top of a knee that he propped up. Cove's dad was was acting slick in a way you'd never seen before. He accepted his offer. Thanks, Mr. Holden. His tone and stance instantly became more familiarly friendly. Then he started directing his words for you. No problem, you can count on me. You can let me pay for Irene. She's my friend. Oh, okay. Never mind. Mr. Holden, I don't need your cash. Cove's got me. Mr. Holden grinned with a chuckle. Alright, bud. I concede. You're too polite for me. Well, you got your ticket. Interested in throwing in? You glanced around. This seemed to be like serious business. In response to your consternation, Kara softened her competitive smile. Don't worry too much. We'll probably just do some round of goldfish tonight. No biggie. What do you think? Oh heck yeah, give me, I'm joining, I want to play. Mr. Holden gave you a big thumbs up while Cove nodded firmly. You are really good at goldfish. If we're playing goldfish, I'm taking your money. You usually won when you played with your own family, to the point Elizabeth refused to play that game with you anymore. Fantastic. We'll play for however long everybody wants to keep going, or until people start running out of cash. But we are still refusing to quit. While they're behind. Speaking for yourself, I see. With a laugh, Kyra nudged you using an elbow, then nudged towards the other two with her chin. Don't be fooled by their soft faces. These boys are sharks. In reaction to her word, Mr. Holden smirked, and Cove's eyebrows became more angled. Kyra's phrasing made you think back to when you were young, especially of Mr. Holden's favorite shark pants he used to wear all the time. Perhaps they had been fit for him in ways you didn't know of. You could feel the tension in the air. Cove and his parents glued their eyes to one another. Then all placed $5 bills in an empty space in front of them. Okay, wait, so if we're all playing, how much money is that? 5, 10, 15, 20. That's $20 on the table right now. Cove dropped an extra one for you, giving you a tiny smile after he did. Once this was done, Kyra began dealing out cards to everybody. It was time. The first round came and went quickly, with the group getting into the groove of things. You won right away, which meant you had money to keep playing the second round. You're a natural. Nicely done. You better keep those wits about you for the next round, though. As the night went on, so did the games. Mr. Holden would jokingly shake his fist whenever someone other than him got a pair. Kyra acted as a news anchor, reporting on every move everyone made by speaking into her curled fist. Cove was still a few words, but now it was because he was focused on the game instead of being overcome with awkwardness. Most of the time, you even spotted a smile on his lips. You won quite a few games to your delight and had a hefty pile of money on your side of the table. You must regret paying Irene's way in now, huh? No way. Irene might be beating me, but she's also beating you two. Cove turned towards you and smiled, looking pleased at your ability to match his mom and dad. You smirked and raised your hand for a high five, which he was willing to give you. Sweet. It became clear where the money went in the moment. It didn't really matter. They ended up giving it back to one another in other ways, and giving it back to one another in other ways, and not just through rounds of cards. You sat back looking over the scene. A tiny smile grew on your face. Cove's family was pretty cool, you thought. And you were glad you got this chance to come over and spend time with the three of them. Okay. Jeez. Okay, this took a lot longer than I thought. So, alright, so we're gonna do the main one, and then I might have to come back and do the DLC ones. Like, take a small break, and then do the DLC ones. Because I was not expecting it to run this long. So we're gonna do one more, and then we're gonna cut it, and then come back in like an hour or so. Maybe a bit more than an hour, because see, girl needs some sleep. we've been running this for a while, and I'm really about to pass out. Even though you're awake, the sun had barely peeked. Even though you were awake, the sun had barely peeked its head above the horizon, and the sky above was still dark. Through lightning. Was still dark, though lightning by the minute. Usually, you wouldn't be up so early, especially during summer vacation, but today was different. Today, instead of the lazy days you were used to, everything around you was a flurry of activities as both your family and Coves prepared for what lay ahead. because parked in the street just outside of your houses was a massive RV camper, so big you couldn't even see Cove's house behind it. His parents had rented the RV for a few days to take him on a short road trip to see the Redwood National Park. You glanced at Cove, who was standing nearby, taking in the scene in front of him. The prospect of the trip had to be a mixed bag for him, but it was only 3 days, so it seemed like he was dealing with it the best he could. Especially now that you and your family were joining them. You weren't sure how exactly it happened. You knew your parents and Coves had spoke to each other often, and somewhere along the way plans were made after Cliff offered to share the space. The parents all thought it was a fantastic idea. You had already gotten a look inside the RV while helping to load everything in, and you had to admit that while it was a really big car, fitting that many people inside was going to be snug. Move it or lose it, kiddo. Mom bustled past with the cooler, one in hand, a large bottle of water under the other. She was upbeat for this early in the morning. Ma, however, seemed to be on the other side of the wavelength. She followed behind her wife, dragging her feet every step. I'm going to need a whole jug of coffee once we hit the road. You felt like you were middle ground between the two. You tried to keep up and took in some deep breaths. The air was a little damp from the morning dew, but you didn't mind it. Then, at the end of the chain, came your sister. Excuse me. She had a bone to pick before the trip officially started. Her rattling off critiques added some level of normalcy to everything new going on. Bleh. I don't get why I can't. I don't get why I can't sleep in the bed tonight. Irene is the youngest. I'll never fall asleep in that loft. We're trying to make things fair for everyone. If you want to play the older card, you should be offering to take the loft both nights. It's important for big siblings to make sacrifices for their younger ones. Elizabeth huffed, not happy with that answer in the slightest, and folded her arms, leaning back against the side of the RV. The trip plans had been nailed down prior. The sleeping arrangements included Elizabeth still held on to her objections with them. There was a main area of the RV with a couch, loft, and some floor space. And at the end of the car was a room with a large bed. Your mom was sharing the bed. Kyra was on the couch. Father and son intended to sleep on the floor. The adults determined you and Elizabeth would switch between the small loft above the driver's seat and sharing the bed with moms. You were fine with the arrangements. As long as you had a place to rest your head of some description, it didn't matter to you. Alright, you lot. Does everyone have everything they need? We're heading out in 5 minutes. Now's the time to double check if you don't want to forget something important. At the word, Elizabeth yelped and dashed back in the house. Her bed head bouncing behind her, she went. Mom came over and gave you a smile, setting her hands on her hips. What about you? How about you, Irene? Do you have all your clothes packed? Toiletries, deodorant, floss? Anything else you can think of? Oh, you have to run back for something. Sprinting up the stairs to the bathroom, you grab your toothbrush from the side of the sink before heading back down. You were glad you reminded to grab it before you left this morning. That would have been embarrassing if you couldn't brush your teeth for the next few days. With a knowing expression as you walked out again. Got everything now, Irene? Yeah. With a few moments left to spare before leaving, you mentally went over what you had packed for the trip. Clothes, pillowcase, blanket, the usual day-to-day gear for most people. You also had some personal things such as MP3 player with headphones. Camera. Portable gaming console. And that was everything. Hey, let me take that for you, Irene. I'll stow it in the RV. There's a few spots left. It'll fit. You let Kyra take your bag and gave her a grateful smile. With nothing left to do, you watched the others getting ready for the trip. Kyra and Cliff seemed to have the most energy of anyone. They were finishing packing the suitcases away, while your moms had gone to lock up the house. Blah, blah, blah. I am falling asleep. My brain is starting to wind down from this. I'm going to take a lovely rest when this is over. They high-fived They high-fived whenever another one got crammed into the storage compartment of the vehicle. Even though your own parents were more low-key than Cove's, you could tell they were both excited for the trip. It had been a while since your family had been away anywhere together. Elizabeth skipped towards the RV, a bag slung over her shoulder, and you were surprised to see she was more optimistic about the whole ordeal now. Usually, she wasn't the one to exit the confines of her room unless it was for TV or food, or to leave her family behind to be with her friends. You would have thought 3 whole days packed in an RV with 6 others would be too much for her, but it was a nice surprise. You suppose any vacation was better than no vacation in her mind. Cove had been pretty quiet so far, and more than anything seemed to be overwhelmed by the situation. You're excited for the trip too. It was great to get away and explore new places. Soon, miscellaneous remaining tasks had been all wrapped up. Everyone piled into the RV, and it was officially time for the trip to start. And it did. Cliff took the first shift driving. He cautiously navigated the massive car in and out of the narrow neighborhood streets. It was a touch and go for the first part of the journey. Your mom's Kyra were all huddled in the front, trying to get a view of how much space they had on each side. There was a sense of relief when the first long leg of the trip hit, and the RV only needed to go down that one stretch of highway for miles. The mom group cleared out of the driver's area, leaving Cove and Dad to it, taking more comfortable seats around the main cabin. You felt like you could finally relax too. Time slipped by as morning faded away. Before you realized it, the engine of the RV came to a stop, but only halted for a few moments as Cliff climbed out of the driver's seat and Mom took over. Mom was sitting shotgun, giving Mom a quick tutorial on the controls. It was her first time driving anything this large. Cliff groaned as he headed towards the rest of you, stretching his arms above his head and loosening his muscles. We're making good progress. Yeah, maybe you should take a nap in the back for a while. That was a long haul you just did. And I know you're on less sleep than usual. Cliff waved a hand and that trademark grin of his slipping into place. I don't need sleep. I still got a few miles in the old tank. He flexed the arm, showing off his muscles to drive the point on how resilient he was home. And Kyra rolled her eyes in amusement. Dad, everybody has to sleep. Cove shook his head at the tough guy act, though Cliff simply chuckled and ruffled his son's hair.
So,
Are you going to be driving again anytime soon, Mr. Holden? I want to know so I can prepare. Did anyone pack rope? I might need it. There's no seat belts up here. Elizabeth called down from where she was lounging in the loft above the driving compartment. She was laying on her back. She was laying on her back, her hair falling over the side and swinging around the RV. Swinging around as the RV started again and took off down the road. A bag of potato chips was balanced on Elizabeth's stomach as she tossed a couple in her mouth right as Cliff had a hand to his chest, pretending to be offended by the remark. Kyra laughed lightheartedly. Ugh. Lucky for all of us, we have had enough adults to cover the shift today. He won't be driving again until tomorrow. Phew, that's a relief. Just enough time to write up my last testament. It's not his driving I'm worried about. Just enough time to write up my last testament. Not you too. The rest of the group laughed while Cliff pouted, and you gave him an apologetic shrug. Mom then shouted back at her seat to join the conversation, a playful smile tilting on her lips. What I'm worried about is this old monster getting us there and back again before falling apart. It looks like it was built in the early 90s. It must be older than some of the occupants. Kyra said, that's just the aesthetic of the decor. It's not that old, I think. Did you ask what year model was? What year the model was before you rented it? Kyra wrinkled her nose and thought, yes, I did. I just can't remember what the answer was. Cliff chuckled at her while the rest of you let out a collective sigh. The RV lurched a little as it picked up speed, and you held onto the ladder to the loft to keep your balance. You felt something graze the top of your head before a weight settled on your pink hair. When you tilted your chin up, carefully look, you heard the rustling of the bag of chips, and you realized Elizabeth had rested the end of it on your head. She gestured to the opening, silently offering to share her snack. You took a handful. Reaching up, you scooped some of the chips. After that, the weight of the packet left your scalp. You happily munched away as the conversation continued on, and you got closer and closer to your destination. The day flew by with the group of you chatting and playing games and passing the time together, before finally arriving at the park and setting up for the night. Mom was closing the windows so everyone got ready for bed, saying goodnight to the others as she made her way to the back room. You all had your dinner together while still driving, and some hours later you arrived at your destination and found a spot in the park for the rest of your stay. Giving a look across the front of the RV, you noticed that everyone was already dozing off where they were, with Cove having completely fallen asleep, curled up in the passenger seat. He must have been so done while Kyra was driving the last leg, and they decided not to disturb him. Kyra herself was the only one up there who was still awake, flipping through a magazine next to a portable light from her spot on the couch. It seemed Mr. Holden needed to sleep despite his claims. You followed your mom to the back room and closed the door behind you before crawling into bed with him. It was a queen-size bed, so there was enough space for the three of you, together without too much squishing.
Good night.
Get a good rest, Irene. We got a big day ahead of us tomorrow. I'm looking forward to the bushwalk in the morning. It's been a long time since I was out in nature like this. There'll be plenty for us to see. You stayed awake a little while longer while your moms whispered about the park and forest in general. With their voices in the background, eventually you nodded off to sleep. The next morning, you were up bright and early preparing for the day. You slept well. You had fell asleep before you knew it and woken up rested. Mom whined about the firmness of the mattress, but Mom had only encouraged her to enjoy the trip while she could. While looking for a spot to get ready, you had some trouble finding a space of your own as the others were doing the same thing. Cove was perched on top of the counter, brushing his hair and tucking his legs every time somebody wanted to pass. The parents were checking and double checking and triple checking that you had everything, to the point where you had stopped listening to them altogether. You knew you wouldn't be returning to the RV at all that day, but by the look of the backpacks that were packed up and ready to go, you doubted that anything was missing from them. It didn't take much longer until you all exited the RV in a bustle and headed into the Redwood National Park. Oh yeah, the black jacket looks great on him. Oh my gosh. Wow. Cove Cove had his head tilted up towards the canopy of trees, his eyes wide as he took in the massive trunks on either side of you. You knew that redwood trees were my goodness. You knew that the redwood trees there were considered the tallest trees on Earth, but you weren't prepared for but you weren't prepared for exactly how huge they would be in person. Smile, you two! Oh gosh. You spun just in time for Kyra to snap a photo of you and Cove together before she pointed her camera at Cliff, trying to get a shot despite his weak protest that she should just enjoy the moment. Your parents were walking behind the group a little, Mom telling Ma some of the information she had read about the park in a brochure. Ma listened happily while looking around, taking in the sights, every now and then end up asking a question or making a joke about something Mom had said. You smiled at them, thinking your mom must have read a lot of pamphlets to know so much about the park. Maybe you should come and work as a tour guide here if you know so much about the place. Elizabeth teased, earning a squeeze on the nose from your mom, as she seemed to be enjoying herself. But you thought that might just be because she was amused by everyone else's reactions. You were in awe of the redwood trees. You're fascinated. You were fascinated by the sensations around you. You were in awe. Absolutely. You were in a good mood. You were fascinated by the sensations around you. Bird calls echoed all around you, and once or twice something would rustle in the underbush. You strained your eyes through the trees for any sign of wildlife and managed to catch a glimpse of a rabbit bounding through the foliage. The adults had decided on some casual nature walks rather than serious hiking, and you strolled along at your own pace, taking in the scenery. Elizabeth sped up a little, smirking at Cove as she fell into place between the two of you, and you and immediately you could tell by her expression she was going to say something taunting. I can't believe our families are actually on vacation together. She threw her hands out, speaking with a genuine sense of bewilderment. I would have joked about something like this happening, but now I'm not sure I want to give them any more ideas. Cove smiled at her, even if it was a little awkward, and continued walking along. Just watch. Next year they'll be talking about their next new amazing idea. She put on a fake voice deeper than her own. We should just sell both our houses and move in together. Think of how much we'd save on mortgage. It was clear that Elizabeth was being sarcastic. Cove simply shook his head, not really being bothered by her. You suppose he was used to this at this point. But seriously, they really do act like we're a single family just because we live across the street from each other. Elizabeth gave you and Cove a look, her eyes glinting with mischief as she leered at you.
Yeah.
Maybe one day we will be related. Legally, anyway. She said it as though she was a gossipy old lady. But she almost immediately dropped the tone nonchalantly and said her real thoughts. At least that's what Mom thinks. Cove still blushed, which made Elizabeth smile triumphantly, though that was her whole purpose for teasing him. Then he mumbled quietly, refusing to make contact with either of you. I don't know why you think you're so funny. No one else does. You ignored Elizabeth. You said nothing, choosing to let your sister to her heart's content. You knew from years from experience that was the best way to annoy Elizabeth, was by not giving her the attention she wanted. Are you even listening? Huh? Did you say something? She huffed at you. She huffed at you for that one. The day continued on, with plenty to see and experience. You passed a few different activities that you thought you would have liked to try out if you had the time, such as kayaking, rock climbing, but Mom said you'd have to wait for another trip. There was a little stream during the walk that you sat beside and set out a picnic for lunch, nibbling on a selection of fruits, sandwiches, and chips. Various birds flew overhead, and you made a game out of guessing guessing the species that were hanging out in the trees nearby. You even managed to get a couple of them right, including the kingfisher that grabbed half of Clip's sandwich. You're glad you got to do this in the end. It was definitely a special experience and one you'd remember for a long time to come. You smiled to yourself, committing the sights and sounds to memory. The group made it back to the camp just as the sun was setting in the sky, and the stars were appearing one by one. Everyone had enjoyed different parts of it mostly. You traded stories of what you thought while you were eating dinner. Afterwards, you pitched in to help clean up. You, along with Elizabeth and Cove, got to head back to the RV early, and you spent some time together while the parents stay outside. It was nice to have the space to yourself after the cramped journey there. While Elizabeth had locked herself in the back room with her headphones, you and Cove were left in the main lounge area. You hung out with Cove. Well, let's take a load off. We've got some time. You took a seat on the sofa while Cove sat down on the other end, tapping his fingers against his knees. Your cheeks warmed a little at that. Being close to him never failed to feel exciting. You've seen Cove nearly every day for the past 5 years, but seeing him in a jacket was still somewhat unusual. In Southern California, he could get away with that. But it was different, but it was a simple difference from his normal style, and yet you couldn't help but notice the way he looked right now. It looked great on him. In fact, Cove always looked nice. When Cove cleared his throat, your eyes snapped back to his. He had an eyebrow raised and clearly caught you staring at him. Is everything okay? You look so good. Is there a less embarrassing way to compliment this dude? You just look so good right now. You averted your gaze from him entirely. Yeah, don't worry about it. Yeah, everything's good. You know, we're gonna be honest. We're gonna be honest. You're gonna say you look good. You'll immediately blush at the unexpected compliment. What? I just like how he's like, what? You dare compliment me? He didn't say anything more than that one word question. You decide to elaborate further. You know, I hardly ever see you wearing a jacket, especially in summer. Oh, yeah. I like wearing few layers as possible. It's easier that way. I'd rather be cold than extra hot. I get that. And it's kind of a pain to carry clothes around. My parents made me bring this jacket. I love layers and accessories too. I'm the same way. They're bulky and heavy, and they usually make me feel too warm. Cole smiled lightly at you and nodded. I've noticed. You perked up hearing that. He noticed? You too? I'm sorry? You changed the subject. You know, we're gonna ask him. But what type of clothes or accessories do you like to see on somebody other than you? His eyes widened at the question, and his defensive reply seemed to slip out, where he had a chance to properly think about it. Nothing. You paid it no mind. That was funny. Okay. A little bit. Okay. I'm sorry. It's a little bit funny. A snort of laughter escaped you, even though Combs' face again tell him to smile on his lips too. Come on. That's not what I meant. Right. Totally. You compose yourself and sat up straighter, all traces of laughter disappearing from your face. Answer with what you mean then. Is there anything at all you think looks good when you see it on someone? Cove mumbled under his breath, and you couldn't quite catch the words he was having. He couldn't quite catch the words. He was having a difficult time with the subject. Okay. I swear I won't make fun of you. That's not really it. Cove seemed really grumpy about your statement, but you weren't ready to give up so easily. Please? Cove sighed and looked down at his lap, where he was fidgeting with his hands, still reluctant to give an answer. I don't know.
I don't know.
He gave an unimpressed sound over how this was going. You sure? Fine. I guess I kind of like ankle bracelets. Ankle bracelets? Yeah. Everyone can wear a pretty ankle bracelet. Wrist ones are cool too, but they're pretty normal. There's something fun or flirty about ankle bracelets. It's more special or something. I don't know how to explain it. Cove brushed his knuckles against his cheek awkwardly, seeming unsure where to go from here. I like them too. Cove smiled at you, happy to hear he wasn't the only one who felt that way. Then when he said nothing else, you took a moment to gather your own thoughts. You had to get an anklet on ASAP. Maybe you'd wear your anklets more now. Maybe you wouldn't wear your anklets so often. You thought about buying an anklet of your own. You need to get an anklet on ASAP. A couple of ones at home. With this new knowledge, you might slip them into your daily outfits in the future. Cove looked away again, feeling awkward about this. You gave him an understanding look, and usually he would start to smile like normal again, but not this time. His expression only stiffened more. You're surprised to see him like this. He always bounced back pretty quickly after being flustered. Cove? Still, he wouldn't look at you. And now, even his breathing was growing tense. It began to click. He was trying to build himself up to say something hard for him. You waited patiently. Until finally, he peeked your way through the corner of his eyes. You were fully attentive by this point for whatever he was going to mention next. People having black eyes. That's also something I like. Huh? For a moment you were stunned. Dude just casually just said, I like your eyes. Because it looks you in the eye. I like your eyes. Your eyes. For a moment you were stunned. And at a complete loss for words. That was definitely not where you imagined this was going. Cove faced you head on, his expression full of desperate meaning. You get the distinct expression. He hadn't chosen that because he liked the color black. He chose it entirely because it was your eye color. Was he trying to flirt with you? That was all you could think of. Your legs felt like jelly and you were wondering if you might fall right off the couch. What do you like for another person, Irene? Shoot. I've never seen that everything about you option before. That everything about you option is new. It has to be new. I've never seen that before. I would have picked it before. No, I'm 100% sure I would have picked it before. What? I don't remember picking it though. So it has to be new. I'm not tripping. What? What? We're picking this. Oh no! well, the cat's out of the bag. Cove went still, his eyes widening in surprise. It was definitely a lot for him to hear, but you couldn't help yourself. It was the truth. You adored him. And now you're both flirting with each other. He placed his hands on his lap and looked down. It seemed he hadn't expected to get this far and didn't know where to go from here. With that topic abruptly dropped off, and Cove officially had no more to say on it. The parents all arrived soon, each of them climbing into the RV and finding some place to sit down and rest their legs. Elizabeth, having heard the commotion, came out of the room for the first time since arriving and joined you all. You spent the evening chatting and playing a few games, enjoying the last evening of the trip together. Bedtime arrived in the blink of an eye as the group hunkered down for the night. Your mom did a final round to be sure nothing had been left behind. She exclaimed that Cliff was going to start driving early in the morning. Like on the first day, they would be letting everyone else in their group sleep. There wouldn't be a need for all of them to get up. Now it was time to check if you had left anything outside. You, as well as everyone else, were confident you had it all packed in the RV, which meant it was time to get some rest before the journey began. Your mom's and Elizabeth said goodnight, heading to the back of the room while you climbed onto the loft. Cove and his family got situated below in the previous set arrangements. You tried to get comfortable as a million thoughts were running through your minds. It was hard to believe that the trip was practically over, and before you knew it, you'd be back in your own bed at home. You enjoyed this mini adventure. It was short, that was for sure, but you got to see and do so much during your time here. All in all, it was a nice break away from home. The minutes ticked by silently. It didn't take long for the soft snores of Cliff and Kyra to drift up to you. They were asleep now. You wonder if Cove was still awake, and you decide to poke your head out from the loft to find out. You blink through the dark. Looking down the hall, you notice Cove laying on his back, staring straight up at the ceiling. His seafoam hair was spread out. Oh, okay, that scared me. Anyway, the seafoam hair was spread out on his sleeping bag. He must have felt you watching him because suddenly his eyes locked onto yours. It was difficult to see him in the dim light, but you could make out the crooked smile on his face well enough. You waved him over. Cove waved back. What? You waved at him. You grinned at him. You grinned at him. Cove shrugged in his bed, still smiling, or at least you thought he did. You waved at him. You waved back, smiling at you through the dim light. He then gestured for him to come over. Cove looked unsure about it, but you were happy to see him slowly start to sit up anyway. His sleeping bag rustled as he moved, though he tried to go slow and froze like a deer in headlights every time he made a sound, watching his parents for any sign of movement. Eventually, he managed to maneuver around his sleeping dad and make it to the ladder, standing at the bottom of the rung where he looked up at you and whispered, "What?" You're just like, "What do you want?" He's like, "What?" Hi. Good night. How are you doing? You invited him up to the loft. Do you want to come up? His eyes widened just so. You could tell because he had come to where you were. Cove glanced back behind him quickly at his sleeping parents before turning back to you. Okay. You broke into a grin and scooped back as far as you could, making space for Cove to crawl in. He was very tall, so it wasn't a great fit for him, but he managed to squeeze himself in. You understood how that how that felt with the two of you in the loft together. There was barely any room to move. Try not to get giddy, Talon. Try not to. Try not to blush so much. You lay down next to each other. You lay down next to each other on your sides, face to face. He got under the blanket a bit. One of his arms. Stop focusing on me. The eyes are so pretty. It's hard for me to read. One of his arms rested under his head for comfort, and the other had. Okay. Oof. The other had nowhere to go and was rested along his chest on the floor of the loft. Cove spoke to you softly. So, what am I doing here? You... I don't know. I thought we could hang out. I don't know. I'm gonna save. Just like, oh, you can sleep here. Covers an eyebrow, not having expected you to bring that up now. I'm not sure about this. Oh! Music changed. Oh, the music changed. You can't just hit me with the music change. This music. We're just vibing to the music. Cove swallowed loudly, and you noticed that he wouldn't look you in the eyes anymore. His reaction made you happy. You were feeling the nervousness too. You felt comfortable being so close to him. It seemed natural to have him near you, and being close like this only made it better. You thought back to early in the evening where you and Cove had been talking alone on the sofa. He'd definitely been flirting then, and now you were here. I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do. Okay. There's so many good options. Okay. We're gonna Riz. Okay, you tried to ease things the conversation. You touched his free arm lightly. You laid your fingers on Cole's arm, feeling the warmth of the skin beneath them. Cove's face flushed dark enough to notice, even in the almost pitch black RV cabin. The hand resting in front of him tightened, balling into a fist. Are you okay? You seem tense.
Yeah.
I'm fine. I mean, I'm not dying or anything. Cole's eyebrows bent nervously, but his smile widened. Oh! He curled himself deeper into the loft and closer to you. He looked away as he did it. There were almost no space left between he and you. Cove's breath tickled the side of your face. For a moment, you stayed together like that. I can't even focus. I can't even focus. Neither of you spoke a word when your eyes locked again. Code seemed almost taken aback by the situation, as though it hadn't completely hit him. It was hadn't completely hit him what it was going to feel like to do this until just now. He opened his mouth to say something, but shut it tightly before anything came out. Oh! Okay. Oh, good lordy. What are we gonna smooch? Are we gonna attempt? We're gonna get close. I do remember what happened now. Okay. He moved back, he snuggled against him. We're gonna lean in and he's gonna completely freak out. Oh, okay, wait, I think both options were super cute, so I'm gonna save, because I really want to know what happens if we just snuggle. So, you closed the distance and completely nuzzled your face onto the top of his head. His hair was soft. Cove stiffened up and let out a yelp, which quickly bit down his tongue to stifle. He gave you an unapologetic look. This wasn't bad for him, just surprising. After a few more moments, he settled in, his breath deep and steady. Oh, that's so cute. That's so cute. Oh my goodness. It's incredibly cute. So cute. I keep saying that. There's no other words to describe it. He moved his head into the crick of your neck. You could feel his lips carved into a smile, and it made you happier to know that he was enjoying the moment too. The two of you fell asleep before long, cuddled up together. That's so fucking cute. I'm scared. Like the meme. It's the cutest fucking thing I've ever seen in my life. Okay, we're gonna take it back. We're gonna go back. Because there is another option, dialogue options, stuff that unlock. Oh wait, no. Not that far. This far. Yeah. We're gonna lean in. Okay. You moved in even closer. Eyes half closed as your lips inched towards his so slowly. Cove froze immediately. You could feel his body trembling against you as you neared. Your face grew close enough to be one motion away from placing your lips together. Then, all at once, he bolted upright, completely forgetting the restrictions of the location, and smacking his head against the roof of the RV with a loud crack, making you gasp aloud. Cove, are you okay? Cove didn't answer. He just fell back into the loft floor in a flustered pile, pressed one hand to his head, the other over his face as he groaned in pain. The sound of movements in the RV below startled you. When you looked over, you saw Cliff had similarly shot up and was looking around wildly. Wake up, people! Something happened! Cliff reached over to where Kiara was on the couch, and she whined as he shook her out of her sleep, sleep deep enough to be interrupted by the chaos. What's going on? And then the lights came on. You scrambled under the blanket. You scrambled under the blanket to avoid being seen, but it was too late. Cove? Where are you? Where are you? Irene, are you old? Irene, are you old? It took a second for Kyra to figure out where her son had gone, and you soon heard Cliff's chuckle as he too realized. You were warned there wasn't much room up there, bud. Cove groaned terribly, but this time it was out of humiliation as he moved his hand from his sore scalp to cover his shame rather than face his parents. Oh goodness. What's with all the noise out here? To your horror, at the door to the back of the RV, open Elizabeth as well as your mom peeked their head out into the hall. Is everything okay? It's nothing. Sorry for waking you up. Cove curled into himself, completely humiliated, as he apologized a couple more times. Not loud enough for everyone other than, not loud enough for anyone other than you to hear though. You laughed. You tried to check on him. You should at least check. You should at least let someone check your head. That was bad. With another whimper, he pushed himself onto his side. Probably. Kira came over to the edge of the loft and patted her son on the back. Come to mama, baby. You can't stay there. There was no putting it off. Cove climbed down the ladder, his face still red as a tomato when he reached the bottom. His dad gave him a nudge on the shoulder as he passed, trying to hold back renewed laughter as his mom pulled him over to give him a quick once-over. After announcing it wasn't anything serious, then a bump, Cove the edge of his sleeping bag on the ground and collapsed into it, not caring if he should be more cautious with his head right now. Alright, show's over. Let's all get some sleep. You could hear snickers from the back of the RV from your mom's Elizabeth. They have been watching this whole unfold like a piece of entertainment. But at that, they quickly said goodnight and headed off to bed. With nothing more you could do, you laid back down as the lights went off. You stayed completely still until sleep finally overtook you. When you woke up the next morning, it was to the rumble of the RV as as it traveled the long journey home. Blinking the sleep from your eyes, you peered over the edge of the loft, slowly trying not to be seen. Cove was sitting on the couch with his mom, the two of them talking quietly. His head was hung low. You blush when you remember what was last night, just the two of you up in the loft together. The way you almost kissed. Oh no, Kyra, please have mercy. I'm sorry. Kyra suddenly looked up and caught your eye. Your face grew hot even hotter. Though she simply smiled at you. You knew it was going to be a long time before either of you lived this down, if you ever did. Soon your mom and Elizabeth emerged from the room, dressed and ready for the day of travel. You spent most of the day hanging out together in the RV, savoring the last 2 hours of vacation. Kyra suggested a few different travel games she used to play with Cove when he was younger, and you all had a great time competing against one another. A little later in the day, you tried to talk to Cove about what happened in the loft, but he simply apologized and changed the subject. It was a bit too much for him to try speaking on, especially right now. You understood. When the RV finally pulled onto your street, it was well into the night. You were looking forward to crawling into your bed after the last few days anyway. Everyone must have been feeling the same because it was mutually agreed that unpacking and cleaning the RV would wait until the morning. Once again, you went straight to your room and dropped onto your bed, shoes and all. Honestly, yeah, I mean, after being on a trip, you miss being near Cove. The two of you basically been living together for 3 days, and it was nice. You knew that it wouldn't be the last time you two would spend time together, and that thought comforted you. With those last few thoughts drifting in your mind, it wasn't long before you dozed off to go to sleep. Tomorrow, life would go on like normal. Okay, everyone. That's where I'm gonna call it. We're gonna casually save so we can go back to our spot. We're gonna call it here. We're going to when I come back, we're going to do the DLCs and the little prerequisite for step 3. Your girl's gonna get some Z's, and like always, I hope you all are having a lovely day or night wherever you guys are in the world. I love you so much. And I hope you guys... I completely forgot what I was gonna say. You know what? Good night. I need to sleep. Goodbye. See you next time. See you in a few hours. Bye. Bye.